And that's it. We should be live right now. Okay. All right. Let's see. It says we are live. It says our connection is good. Happy New Year to everyone. There are parts of the world that have already ticked over to the New Year, so happy belated New Year to you if you happen to be here. Who have we got? We've got MCDJ ACDC, Cobra Island, Yo Joe, Riptide O'Leary, and Sergeant Slaughter Slaughterhouse. We've got Matt Rubin, Jeffrey Ball. We've got Dagon, hello, and Peter Ang. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining. Yes, we are on. In Texas, we are on according to Yo Joe. I hope that we're on everywhere. So, yes, it is time. Hello, Mike, and Happy New Year to you as well. It is time to put 2021 behind us. It is about time. In the middle of the last live stream, we lost John Madden, and before this one started, we lost Betty White. So, not a great way to finish the year, but it's got to get better. It's got to get better next year. This is rock bottom, right? It's got to get better. We will make it better. We will make choices and decisions and take actions to make it better. Right? Right? Are we all on board with that? We all good? We all good with that? Hello, Zathras and Cyclonus and the Killer Weezer. Ostigoleric. I hope I pronounced that right, but hello, how do you do? Okay, so hey, we have a lot of activity here for tonight. I have some plans. I have some things laid out for us to do. We should have a couple of guests later. Hello, Secret Rebel, and the Dark Knight. Hello, welcome. We should have stuff to do. I'm going to try to spread it out over the night. We have a long ways to go. This is going to be 4 times the usual live stream. Usually I stream for an hour. This time we are going for 4 hours. And for those of you on the West Coast, I'm sorry, I probably will not be able to stay up until 2 a.m. My time, because frankly, by the time this live stream ends at 1 a.m., I'm going to be virtually dead. But in my heart, I will be wishing you a New Year's, or a Happy New Year as that midnight hour ticks by. So, hello, Big Gay Dave. And I think I said hello, Zathras, but if I didn't, hello again. So, yes, here we are. Let me talk about a couple things real quick, since we got a few people in here. There are some things that are coming up next year that I'm already making some plans for, and one of those things is JoeFest. Haven't been to JoeFest for a couple years. There was this, pandemic thing that you may have heard about, but I'm wanting to get back to it. Hello, RJ. Nice to see you. I'd like to get back to it. Being in my current financial situation, there is really only one way that I can possibly do it. Hello, Small Town Machine Shop, and hello, Dragon Ball. Nice to see you. Thank you for joining. The only way I can realistically go to JoeFest is by crowdfunding it. So I have started a GoFundMe road to JoeFest, and I don't know if it will let me put a link in there, but I'm going to try. Let me see. Yeah, anyway, that's it. For those who want to check it out, nobody should ever feel obligated. It's just one of those things where, if we can raise enough money to go, then we will go. And I'm going to be taking my daughter, so it's going to be for 2 people. And if we don't, then we won't go. And that's just how it'll be. But I would like to go, because one thing that I think would make 2022 better is if I got to see people. My favorite time of the year was going to JoeCon or JoeFest and seeing people. I really loved that camaraderie, that JoeCon family that we had. You'd have friends that you would only see once a year, and but when you catch up with them at the convention, you really reconnect, and it was a lot of fun. I missed that very much, and I think we need that. We'll be safe about it. We will be conscious of the virus and we'll be careful, but we need to interact. And, hello, Sparkster. Thank you for joining. Hello, Chris. Thanks for joining as well. Thank you for being here. We're going to do our best. We're going to do our best to make it to JoeFest. My hope is also to get a table at JoeFest. Last time I was at JoeFest, I had a table, and it was a lot of fun. And I would really like to do it again. So that's part of our goal. So I did want to mention that. That is something, I don't want to go too much into it. Is JoeFest still in Atlanta? It's actually not in Atlanta. It's in Augusta, Georgia, which is, I don't know, I think it's like a 2-hour drive from Atlanta. It's in Augusta because that's where the organizer is from. Ed is from Augusta, so he does it in his hometown. It's Augusta. Fortunately, is not a super expensive location to visit, so that actually might make it a little easier for some folks. I did like the traveling nature of JoeCon. It was fun to kind of go to a different place each year. The downside of that is some of those places were not always very affordable for everyone. So it is actually kind of cool to have it in a location that I think for most people is a bit more affordable. Maybe not quite as accessible because it's not in a big city with like a big airport and everything. But hotels are less expensive and food is less expensive. So, hello, Man of Action and RTD1 and Sanit Tome. I hope I said that right, but hello. That's our goal. That's our goal, and I just wanted to put that out there just to make everyone aware. I will be gently promoting that over the next couple months. Okay, now that I've got that out of the way, hello Bart, nice to see you. I would like to share some of the plans for this evening, so you'll have some idea of what we will be doing this evening. We will be, first of all, we should have a couple guests a little later in the evening. I figured out how to make Zoom work on this thing, so I can get people on video, and in theory, I should have Mike from What's on Joe Mind and Cujo from G.I. Joeberg. I tested it out with both of them earlier today. It did work, so barring any unexpected technical difficulties, we should have a couple guests later. I'm going to give that like maybe an hour or so, and we'll see if we can bring them on one at a time and just hang out with them for a while. And I hope it'll be fun. Those are two people that I like a lot, I care about, and I'm a big fan of both of them and their shows that they're on, so I'm really happy to have them on. Hello, Dave. Merry New Year to you as well. Hello, Jeff. So that's part of the evening. Another part of the evening... Oops. Now I'm dropping stuff. The other part of the evening... Another part of the evening is, yes... Riptide O'Leary predicted it. It will be story time. I am sure we have already done this one, but we will do it again. This is one of the G.I. Joe Find Your Fate books by R.L. Stine, Operation Mindbender. I was going through the... hello, David Sharp. Welcome. I was going through the artwork. I was going through all of the... Find Your Fate books to decide which one to do this evening, and I was looking at the artwork, and I just found some crazy artwork in this one that I thought would be amusing. But of course, I mean, if you don't make the choices that get you to that artwork, to that illustrated page, then you never get to see it. But maybe we'll flip through the illustrations anyway. So this is an activity for later in the evening. Another activity that we will have is I'm going to open this. Snake Supreme Cobra Commander G.I. Joe Classified. I've had this for quite a while. I have not opened it. And I'm curious. I really should have I'll grab the standard release Cobra Commander as well, and we'll take a look at that side by side. I'd like to review this for Class of Friday sometime in the future. In the near future, I hope. But I haven't even looked at it. This thing has been unopened in this box since I got it. It's a really neat box. It's cool. But yeah, we will open this and look at it together. Terry. Hello, Terry. Or Terrell. I don't know if it's Terry or Terrell, but hello either way. Welcome. And anybody else sneak in Figure Six Pack and Alberto? How do you do? Merry New Year from Spain. Hello and Happy New Year from the United States. Thank you for joining. Hello, Dave C. Hey, nice to see you, dude. All right, so let's see. Another thing that I'm going to do, another thing that we will do later in the evening. I don't know what this means. I don't know. But some of you may remember that I got a G.I. Joe Retro Stalker that was given to me by Kevin from Peg Warmers. Hello, Paul. I don't think I said hello to you, but hello, Paul. Thank you, Terry. Hello and welcome. This is not it. I went ahead and got another one. I'm going to keep the one that Kevin gave me on the card just because it's a gift. It's special. But I thought, why not get one? It was on sale. Why not pick one up and just go ahead and open one so I can see what the figure is like and just see how it looks. I did not get the 25th anniversary Stalker out to do a side-by-side comparison. I kind of wish I had. Hello, Josiah and Exploriso. Hello there. But we'll take a look at this later as well. Let's see, what else we got? I think that's about it. Yeah. The other thing that I just happen to have this out. You know what this is? Hello, Sean Beckett, and thank you for your support, Sean Beckett. Hello, Peg Warmers. Hello, Peg Warmers, since you just got here, I was just mentioning, this is not the Stalker that you got me. I'm going to keep the Stalker that you got me over there and on the card because it was a special gift that I appreciate very much. Thank you, Riptide O'Leary. Thank you. That will help me get to JoeFest. He says, get hoodie to JoeFest. Happy New Year. Thank you very much. But this is one that was on sale, so I picked it up so that I will have one to open. So I will open this later in the show. Who snuck in? Hello, Matt. If I didn't say hello to you before, hello. And hello, John. I think, let's see. I think I said hello to Josiah. All right, so this is just something I randomly had out, but I figure why not look through it? This could provide some amusement. This is the very few of the 1994 Star Brigade set that I have. This is not everything for 1994 Star Brigade, but this is just all I have. I keep it together, in one bag, and then each figure is individually bagged. So, yeah, why not just look at some aliens? Hello, Nonstop Pop. Always happy to have Nonstop Pop here. I thought about doing like some kind of like a tier system. I saw another live streamer doing like super chat incentives, like if you send $10 I take a drink or something like that. But I don't really drink alcohol anymore, so I can't really offer that incentive. One thing that I was hello, Photo Viper. Thank you for joining. No peanuts and Pepsi. Unbelievable. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so I can't do the the drinking for dollars, which I have done in the past. But what I thought about doing is something like for every $10 super chat, I can read a selection from like the Belomo Ultimate Guide or something like that, any selection that you want or whatever. But I didn't actually get the guide down. So we don't have super chat incentives this evening. Maybe we'll do that sometime in the future. I will say, though, for those of you who do the super chats, such as Erdio right there, who says, if you were younger and introduced to G.I. Joe in, say, 1990, with all the ninjas, colors, and sci-fi, would you have still been into the toy line or no? That's a really good question. I am going to answer that question, and the answer is probably yes, and I'll tell you why. 1990, since you picked that year, 1990 had some pretty good military-themed Joes. There were a lot of colors, a lot of candy colors. Oh, the Killer Weezer sends a super chat. For every super chat, Mindbender version 2 gets a shot. That's a good idea. I might do that later. I'll have to go dig him out. He's in my 1993 tray. That's an excellent idea. Let's see. Peg Warmer says, a friend of mine plays Jump on a CAD keyboard when people donate to his streams. That's goofy, yeah, but that's funny. See, that's very fitting with my sense of humor. That I can get behind that. I certainly can. What was I saying? Mindbender. I might get Mindbender out later. I'd have to dig him out, but that's actually kind of a fun idea. Hello, Bryce Lee. Welcome. But anyway, I was mentioning about the super chats. The super chats have been extremely helpful. For those of you that don't know, and this is not something like I want to dwell on, but at the moment, YouTube is my income. This is my job. So just a $5 super chat or whatever, that stuff adds up. On top of the ad revenue and the Patreon, it adds up significantly, and it makes a big difference. And I want to say thank you to everyone who does that. It's very much appreciated. Nobody should ever feel obligated. Not everybody is in a financial position to do that kind of thing. And if you're not, I still want you here. If you want to help, the easiest way to help is to just watch the videos. That alone is helpful. Just being here is helpful. So thank you to everyone. It really means a lot to me. I don't want to dwell on it too much because I have been known to tear up over receiving that kind of help before. But sincerely, thank you very much. Thank you very much. WWJD85, welcome. And Reginald, welcome. Yes, I hope it'll be the best New Year's show. And hopefully I didn't miss anybody who came in. I'm trying to say hello to everyone. So let's see. What else? I think we might dig into this first. This bag of Star Brigade. It's not themed in any way. It's not themed in any way. It's not New Year's themed. But it's something I happen to have out for a totally different purpose. And I was putting everything back, and I thought, well, this is just kind of funny. This is just kind of funny. So I'm gonna, because it's here. Oh, thank you, Marshall. It says, welcome back, soldier. Thank you very much. Ever thought of spotlighting Joe kit bashes / customs you like in the G.I. Joe community on your show? Keep up the great work. Thank you very much. As a matter of fact, I have done that before with Painted Plastic, who does some really awesome vehicle customizations. And I've had him on the show before, and that was a lot of fun. I would like to do more. But I've been a little bit disconnected from the community for about a year, so I'm just now reconnecting. Matt Rubin sends a super chat. Thank you very much, Matt. Have different levels for the super chats. $2 to $5 will be Mindbender version 2. Next tier will be Ice Cream Soldier or something, and so on and so on. Yeah, that's You know what? I just remembered something. I don't think I can... Hello, Curtis. I don't know if I said hello to you, but hello and welcome. And to... Is that Leo? Welcome and Happy New Year. I don't think I can do Ice Cream Soldier anymore because I believe I sent my only Ice Cream Soldier figure to Timmer. If anybody recalls the unboxing video from, I think, like last year, the box that I sent to Timmer, I believe my Ice Cream Soldier was in that one. If I recall correctly. I can't remember if I had a spare or not. But whether I had a spare or not, I just thought that making Timmer open up the gaudiest, ugliest figures, especially orange figures, was just too funny to pass up. I couldn't pass it up. Hello to Robert Perry and Brian and Surveillance Port. Hello and Happy New Year. Pete, Jesse, James, G sends a super chat. Thank you very much, sir. Happy New Year from Chicago. Take your daughter to... That's what I want to do, is take my daughter to JoeFest. That's what I'm trying to do. And thank you very much, and Happy New Year from the United States. Let's, and we've got... Hold on. Yeah, I just got a message from Timmer saying Happy New Year. So, awesome. Oh, and thank you to those who donated to the... GoFundMe. I will thank you individually at a future time. And Erdio sends another super chat who says, who is your Dreamcast actress to play Scarlet, Baroness, Lady J, and CoverGirl? Oh, that's really a good question. I'm not sure. I'm curious and trying to help you get to JoeFest. Thank you very much. Let me think about that. That's actually a harder question. Hello, Kyle Lewis. Thank you for joining. Hello, Craig. If I didn't say hello to you earlier, hello now. And thank you for the super chat, Josiah. Very much appreciated. I'm not, you know what, Erdio, I think that's a really good question, but I'm going to have to give it some thought and some research because I'm not sure. I think I would have too much difficulty narrowing it down right now. I need to think about that. Give me a chance to think about it. But I think that's a really interesting question. I think it's a pertinent question because we did get a G.I. Joe movie recently in the form of the Snake Eyes movie. Hello, Cactus Cooler. Welcome. Thank you. I'm glad you liked... barbecue. I like barbecue as well. And Chris, hello, in case I didn't say hello. Hello and welcome. We did get a G.I. Joe movie in the form of Snake Eyes G.I. Joe Origins. So, I mean, we could potentially get more. So, there will be choices to make as far as actresses. Thank you, RJ, for the super chat. Should Tom Brady be a member of the G.I. Joe team? He's on the Bucks now. He's on the Buccaneers, and so to me he only played for the Patriots for like 20 years. He gave up. Is that loyalty, giving up after only 20 years? I don't know. Thank you, Ryan, for the super chat. Happy New Year, Hoodie Coco, and all 788ers out there. Thank you very much, Ryan. And thank you for your support as well. Ryan, you've been a great support for a long time. I very much appreciate it. But I don't have Tom Brady on right now. I have Julian Edelman, number 11. Retired Julian Edelman. In the current away jersey. I was at the pro shop in Foxborough where I got this, and I was actually hoping to find a throwback away jersey. For some reason, I just like the away jerseys better. I like the white, but I like the throwback jerseys, the older jerseys from about 5 years ago. I like those a little better than these, but they didn't have any. And I had to get Edelman. And this is what it came down to. This is the one. So I couldn't walk away without an Edelman. Okay. Brian, hello. How do you do? I'm trying to say hello to everybody. I really am glad everybody is here. I know that it's a holiday. I know it is. A lot of people are going to have other things to do, and I totally get that. But I figure a few people probably don't have anything to do, like me. I didn't have other plans, and if it can be a really lonely time if you don't have friends and family to spend the holiday with. So let's just spend the time together. Why not? Why not? James A.K. Ratface, welcome. And RJ says the fridge. I don't know what that's in response to, but yes, the fridge. Hello, Rob Irizarry. How do you do? Wasn't Tom Brady the QB for the only 18-1 team to not win a Super Bowl? Exactly. I mean, wheels are falling off the wagon. Small Town Machine Shop sends a super chat. Thank you very much. Says, here's to a good coming year and hopefully a classified Mega Marines gung-ho. That would be awesome. Thank you, Small Town Machine Shop. And Sean Dowling sends a super chat. Glad to see you back. Thank you very much. And I'm really glad to be back. And I really like doing these live streams. I think I've enjoyed the live streams more than anything, mainly because I get to interact with you guys. Hello to Robert. I don't think I said hello to you, but hello and welcome. Hold on. Hang on. Okay, sorry. Just checking a couple messages. What was I doing? Wow, I am easily distracted. Tonight, but I will try to stay on track. Oh yeah, I was going to look at, this could spark some discussion. The 94 Steel Brigade. And by the way, riddle me this. If Tom Brady is better than Peyton Manning, then why is Peyton Manning in the Hall of Fame and Tom Brady isn't? Huh? QED, right? Right. So, Star Brigade 1994, the last year of the vintage G.I. Joe toy line. Hello, Panzer Shrek Productions and JP, how do you do? And we get space figures, starting with this one, this is an often forgotten figure and character. This is Black Star. This is Black Star, right? Am I saying that right? Cobra figure. I do not have the file card for this guy, so he is not ready for a review yet. But he's got yellow on him, but he's in space, right? Subdued colors aren't really necessary. And I do like the color combination, so that's not bad. If you've got to have science fiction in your G.I. Joe, and you don't gotta, but if somebody forces you to have G.I. Joe or science fiction in your G.I. Joe, this is not terrible. It's not terrible. So this one is one that I would like to review at some point, but I need to get the file card. It just hasn't been a priority, but this year is going to cover a lot of territory. Space Force, yes. I had... speaking of Space Force, my Action Force figures I didn't get those out. Those would have been nice to put side by side with these guys. This year, I've got some of this year planned out as far as reviews go, and it's going to be a really big year as far as the ground that we cover. We're going to be redoing some old reviews. Some of the old reviews, especially like the really old ones, I really think need to be redone and updated and just done better. Even just for the fact that I have better equipment now than I did back then, so I can make a better quality video now than I could back then, and I really, really want to redo those. Pegwarmer says, it's always interesting to me that the 1994 line got so much tooling after they cut corners by recycling lower halves and doing so many repaints. That is true. And you'll find that a lot in 1993. 1993 was a crazy year as far as just like the sheer volume of figures that they put out. And some of them are all new. There are some that with all new parts. Hello, Chewing Bubblegum. Welcome. There are some with all new parts, but there were also quite a few where they made half of a new figure, and then the other half is just an old figure with new colors. 94, though. 94. In 1994, I mean, they put a lot of faith in space toys. Somebody at Hasbro, and we know who it was, but a certain person at Hasbro felt that this is what G.I. Joe fans needed. Thank you, the Killer Weezer. Speaking of Brady, Michigan choked. Now, thanks for that. I actually had not caught up and checked to see what happened. So thanks for the information. That's very helpful. Thank you. So we got stuff like this. We got stuff like Lobotomax. And this is crazy. I mean, and this thing doesn't have any reused parts. This thing is all new. And could not have been cheap to produce. There are, there aren't a lot of paint colors, but there are a fair number of paint applications. And this is, G.I. Joe. America's modern movable action army figure. America's man of action right here. And it has been pointed out to me, and I think I agree that if this had been in like a different toy line, I think that thank you, Pegwarmers. If this had and hello Chad, Happy New Year to you as well, and hello John Booth. Anybody else sneak in here? I think I said hello to Kyle. Palpatine, hello. Hello and welcome. And it's nice to be back. Thank you very much. So yeah, this if this had been in a different toy line, I think this might have been pretty well received. I mean, it's got a really interesting design with it's got 4 feet, and he's got a semi-bendable tail and neck, and he's fairly well detailed. So, you put this in a Star Wars cantina, and he looks pretty good, he looks all right. Who else we've got? Speaking of space aliens, Carcass. This one maybe is not as... I mean, it has its qualities, yeah. It has its qualities, but it does not have as much detail. I mean, as Lobotomax. Look at this. I mean, his backside is basically plain with just a checker pattern. Who said that? Josiah, thank you for the super chat. Since you own the copyright, why not do documentary vids on previous reviews? Actually, that's not a terrible idea. That I will consider doing that. I want to intermix, the regular reviews with some other types of content, which is why I'm doing the classified. Sorry, that's why I'm doing I was so disgusted with Carcass that I threw him on the table. The classified reviews and other things like that. So I just need to find a balance for keeping up with regular reviews and doing new things. Hello, Eric Gullinger. Welcome. And Kurt Roadtrip. Welcome. I thought I saw you sneak in there. So yeah, this one, it's also one that might have done better in a different toy line, but this Lobotomax looks really well made compared to this guy. I mean, he does have the bendy features, but the bendy features are not as cool as Lobotomax. He does have the inner organs showing through his chest, and that's kind of cool. But Yeah, this one is what it is. The review that I did on this one, I did with Trek Yards, with Captain Foley from Trek Yards, and I really enjoyed that. And Captain Foley is just a really nice guy, and I really enjoyed working with him. So, Captain Foley, if you see this, thank you. But yeah, that's Carcass. And let's see, I've only got one other 1994 Star Brigade figure. One other. Let's see, here we go. There we go. This is... Let me get the helmet out. It is... Oh, thank you, Robert Perry. It says, Yo, Joe, and Happy New Year's, HCC. Glad you're back in the swing of things. Thank you very much. And I am also glad. And I'm actually starting to feel like I am back in the swing of things. It took a minute to get back into the routine, but I do feel I'm in the routine now. And not only should you see more content, I think you'll see better content. I'm ironing out certain problems that I had as far as the video and audio quality, things that I just hadn't had to deal with for a year. But I'm working that out, and starting in 2022, I believe the video quality and the audio quality should be a bit better. And I'll continue to work on making them better still. That's not something to be ever satisfied with. It can always be better. And that's, by the way, if you're making content, if you're making videos or any other content, don't be satisfied with good enough, right? You always do your best. And it's never going to be perfect, but you always do your best, and you take the risk to put your creation out there for public consumption and scrutiny. And, that takes a lot of courage. But you should never just be satisfied. You should always be trying to improve. You should always be looking at your own material with a critical eye and saying, how can I make this better? And that's how you improve. You kind of have to be your own worst critic. So I think videos starting next year will be better, and I will continue to keep trying to make them better. Thank you for the super chat, Keldon. Happy New Year. Been enjoying watching all the stuff. Thank you very much. I've been enjoying making this stuff. Small Town Machine Shop says, do I have the big robot vehicle from Star Brigade? I do. I assume you're talking about the armor bot, but it is not complete. There are a few pieces that I need to get for it. And I think... No, I do have the driver. Yes, no, I have the figure, but there are some pieces on the armor bot that I need to get to complete it. So this is my last Star Brigade figure of 1994 to show you. The weirdest Cobra Commander. And yeah, that is supposed to be Cobra Commander. Quite a departure from earlier versions. And, you can depart from earlier versions. You can do other things with Cobra Commander, sure enough. He has like a melon for a head. This is a hell of a departure. And the helmet, absolutely, of course it does come off. To reveal, behold, the face of Cobra Commander. And I believe this is the head that they used as the model for the Hall of Fame Cobra Commander. The one that had the hood that came off. So, yeah, that sure is a thing that exists, isn't it? And this, again, another example. This is not a bad figure. If you forget this is Cobra Commander, if you forget this is G.I. Joe, it's got good colors. It's got really nicely detailed sculpting. The helmet certainly is interesting. I don't know. I can't necessarily say I like the helmet design, but it is interesting. Thank you, Sean, for the super chat. It says, what do you think of the Super 7 Arctic Rescue Vehicle? I don't have the Super 7 Arctic Rescue Vehicle. It was a little bit pricey, and of course I have to watch my spending right now, but I was intrigued by it. It's one of those things that is more of a novelty item than something... Oh, thank you, Killer Weezer. My dog wanted a shout to Junkyard. A shout out to Junkyard. Hey, Junkyard. Happy New Year, and thanks for tuning in. Hello, Stig. I don't think I saw you come in. Hello, and Darren, welcome. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, the Super 7 Arctic rescue vehicle. It's probably more of a novelty than something that most people will see as part of, like, the regular G.I. Joe line. Thank you, Matt Rubin. Is Star Brigade Coco or Disco Coco more weird? That's a good question. My money is on Disco Coco. The Star Brigade makes sense since he would need a spacesuit. Yeah, and he has a spacesuit. That you're right. That does make sense. The thing about the Super 7 Arctic Rescue Pack is, yeah, it's probably more of a novelty item, but that's okay. There's a place for novelty items. That's not necessarily a knock on it. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Having companies produce what are essentially novelty items for your brand means that your brand is at least healthy enough for them to produce and make a profit on items like that. So I think that's a really good sign. I would have to get my hands on the set to actually evaluate it myself, but Peg Warmers has it, and I know a couple other people have got it as well. And I've watched some of their videos. So, but I'd really have to get my hands on it to judge it for myself. And I'm curious. Actually don't have any of the Super 7 stuff yet, and I'm a vintage collector, and I've kind of latched on to the classified series. I probably won't get all of the Super 7, but I'd like to get at least some of it. I will at some point pick up something from Super 7 to just get a sampling of it and to look at it and to kind of just see what it's about, see if this is something overall that I would like. Hello, JLS Comics. JLS Comics can't stay long. Well, I'm glad that you're here, and Happy New Year. And thank you for all that you do. Really great YouTube channel, and I'm always happy to have you around. We are... That's it. No, that's it. I have no... okay, I will show this, though. Oh, thank you, Erdio. Best year for G.I. Joe... you say 84. I think I always vacillate between 84 and 85 because those are both really great years. I think 85 is kind of considered the golden age for 80s G.I. Joe. That was like the pinnacle. But 84 had some great Cobras, some excellent bad guys. I mean, you get Firefly and Storm Shadow and Zartan in 84. It's hard to beat 84, although 85 is also excellent. Matt Rubin says, speaking of Super 7, and thank you, Matt. Thank you very much. It would be cool if they released cartoon-only vehicles, a la the Cobra Air Carrier and the Reaction line, and since they fit 3.75. Yeah, since they do fit the 3 3/4 inch scale, you could use them for your vintage figures. And I think that is something the Super 7 Reaction style figures have in their favor, because even if you're not super interested in that line itself, it is at least scaled to work with the vintage line. It's not articulated the same, obviously, but yeah, and I don't know that they will do anything like that, but if they did, you absolutely could use it with your vintage figures. It would work. At least with the scale, it would work. Hello, White Vegeta. Welcome. And who else snuck in? They gone. I don't know if I said... No, I said hello to you, but hello again anyway. RJH, hello and welcome. And I'm sorry if I missed anyone else who came in. But hello, everyone. Hello, all. Oh, yeah, the only other thing I was going to show you was this... The Space Cobra Commander comes with this suction cup thing, which I think is hilarious. Innovative in a way, but also just kind of funny. Let's see. Dr. No Good asked what I think of the South American Cobra toys. I don't have any. I have a little bit of G.I. Joe from that area, from that region, but I don't have any of the Cobra ones. I know that there are some that are famous and highly desired by U.S. collectors. It's a rabbit hole that I have chosen not to go down, not because it's not cool and not because I don't want it. It's because I would want it a little too much. Like, if I started getting international figures, if I started actively collecting them, I would just go down that rabbit hole, and it would fill my house. Because the stuff that I've seen is really cool, and I would just want all of it. So, for that reason, I chose early on to limit the scope of my collection. And I've broken that a little bit. I've gone outside of the scope of the collection a little bit, but for the most part, I've kind of stuck to it. I'll tell you what. Yes, a Photo Viper Estrella is expensive, absolutely. I'll tell you what motivated me to. Hello, Mr. Hunt. I tell you what motivated me to limit the scope of my collection. I watched the Collectible Spectacle video series on Air-Devon. And if you haven't seen that, you should look it up. Collectible Spectacle Air-Devon. It's, I think, like an 18-part series, but they're relatively short videos. And she had damn near everything. She was a super collector, and she had all of the international stuff, and not just like the Real American Hero 80s and 90s stuff. She had 60s and 70s Joes. She had them from every conceivable country you can think of. She had, mint in package, mint in box, mint on card, as well as loose. It was an incredible collection. But there's a video in that series in which some fans come in to look at her collection and be impressed. And, they start expressing some desire that they could have all of that stuff. And her response to that is that you don't want a collection that big. That a collection that big is not fun. It's kind of out of control. And if she had known that it was going to be like this, then she may not have ever started it. And that, I think, was... it had an impact on me. And it made me think, yeah, I do want to have a good collection. I want to have the stuff that's important to me. But I don't need to have, like, everything that was created with the G.I. Joe label on it. I can limit what I get, and I should limit what I get. So I chose to limit myself to just U.S. released, vintage 82 to 94. It's still a lot of stuff. It'll still be an impressive collection when it's completed, but it's manageable. I can fit it. Even in this smaller place where I'm living now, it can still fit in here. It's not something that'll take over my house. And another thing that it made an impression on me in that video series was there's one very brief shot late in the series where it's basically Air-Devon in her living room, and she's sitting at her computer cataloging toys. And essentially the entire room is filled from floor to ceiling with boxed vehicles. There are thousands of them, and she looks like really small down here in the corner of the frame, surrounded by all these boxed vehicles, every vehicle you can think of from every country you can think of. And it just made me think, wow, that's too much. That's too much. If I won the lottery tomorrow and I had infinite resources and I could get everything, I don't think I would get everything. I don't think I would. So, yeah, I mean, I expanded the scope of the collection a little bit. I did get into the Classified series. I didn't think I would like the Classified series. First of all, I was against the idea when they said they were going to start making 6-inch figures. I didn't like that idea. But then I checked them out, and I ended up liking them more than I thought I would. I can admit when I'm wrong. I'm frequently wrong. Thank you, Taco de, and I don't want to butcher your name. Hey, it's Joeberg. Hello, G.I. Joeberg. Every time I hear her name, I hear Airedevil. Yeah, yeah, that's her code name, Airedevil. Airedevil did sell off that collection. She does not have it anymore. And coincidentally, that sell-off of that collection happened shortly after I started collecting. So I started getting on, like, the Yojo.com forums, and they were talking about it on the forums. And I had no idea what they were talking about until later, but then, you know, I saw the videos and kind of put two and two together, and I realized that she was getting out at about the same time I was getting in. But if that is one person I would love to talk to. I would love to do an interview with her, or just, even not an interview, I'd just love to sit down and talk with her. I'd like to get her perspective, and not just on, like, how to amass a big collection. There's, you know how to amass a big collection? Spend a lot of money. If you just have deep pockets, all you have to do is just be rich, you know, and then buy a lot of stuff. That's how you amass a big collection. But I'm much more interested in her choice to give up the big collection, and kind of how her life changed through that process. I just think she's a fascinating person, and I would love to just chat with her, get to know her. That is one person that people ask, you know, if you could meet anyone, who would you want to meet? That's one person I would like to meet. I would like to meet Airedevil. Chewing bubblegum. I'm sure she got a hefty amount out of it. It was huge. Hello, Joe Fan. Happy New Year to you. Taco de Juguetes means toy bin. I hope I didn't butcher that, but toy bin. Hello, welcome, toy bin. Let's see. In about 15 minutes, I'm going to see if Mike Irizarry from What's on Joe Mind is ready to come on, and we will chat. We will chat. Bart says, I heard she gave up the collection because of medical bills. That's also what I heard. I don't know if that's confirmed or not, but I heard that as well. But I think she's fine as far as I know. At least the few people that have mentioned that they, you know, still know her and talk to her, I think have mentioned that she seems to be doing fine. Happy New Year, Mexico, from the United States. Thank you for joining, Victor. Chad says, I have about 80% of the 25th anniversary sealed in boxes in my garage. That's cool. That's a significant amount. They put out a lot of stuff for the 25th anniversary. That's a pretty hefty line. But yeah, let me do something real quick. Pardon the distraction. I just need blah 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 to copy this and go over here and go over here. And isn't this fun? Isn't this exciting? Where are you, Mike? There's Mike. we go. All right, that's cool in the gang. Okay, so yeah, so we went through the 1994 Star Brigade, and again, we got a couple more things that we're going to do this evening. Probably maybe after we're done talking with Mike and then with Cujo, I will open this spare retro Stalker. And we will open this classified series Snake Supreme Cobra Commander. So, plans for the near future. And then, I think later in the evening, we will wrap it up with Operation Mindbender with story time. Matt says collectibles. I can't say it right. I can't talk. Collectible Spectacle also did a series on Mark Bellomo. That's also true, and that's also a very interesting series. I'm really grateful that that they put together those two series. They're very informative, and you get to know some people who have had an impact on the fan community. So it's really cool. Hello, Carl. I also hope that 2022 will be great for you as well. We're going to do the best we can. There is much that is outside of our control, but to the extent that events are within our control, we will do our best to make good choices that will make the future a little brighter. Thank you, Beta Ray Bob. Beta Ray Bob says, hello all. Running late, but here for the party. Happy ARAH 40th Anniversary Eve. That's right. That's right. 40 years. 1982 to 2002. That makes me feel old. It should, because I am old. But yes, absolutely. It is, that is not what I was looking for. No. That didn't work. Come on. Yeah. Okay. All right. Now, when I tested out this video chat earlier today, it absolutely did work. So we will see. We will see if it works actually doing it live. I have no idea. I sure hope it does. Okay. Okay. I mean, it seems to be working. I think it's working. I'll just give Mike a chance to jump on. And hopefully everything works. Knock on wood. I'm not good with technical stuff. I'm not terrible with technical stuff. There are people that are worse than me with technical stuff. I do all right most of the time. But occasionally, technology just decides that it doesn't want to work for me. So that's why I set up some test calls earlier today to try to make sure this thing would work. Now, just because I set up a test call earlier today and it worked earlier today does not mean it'll work now. Hello, Brushstroke. How are you doing? And hello, Randall. Welcome. And hello, Paul. We'll do it live. And anybody else that I missed? I don't know if I said hello to Darren, but hello. Yes. So we will be doing... Where to put the book? I put Stalker on top of it. So yeah, we'll be doing this later. And yes, I just want it to work. Please work. Cobra Law is fine. Nemesis Enforcer alone makes it worth it. Nemesis Enforcer, I think the modern Nemesis Enforcer figure is a pretty good figure. Okay, let's see if we can get Mike on here. Hello, Mike. Can you hear me?
I can. How are you?
I can hear you too. All right, cool. Now let me see if this will work the way that it worked earlier today. Let's see.
All right.
Boom. All right. Everybody give a thumbs up. Why are you flipping me off for? What's the double finger? Oh, okay. All right. Sorry. Yeah. Couldn't see. All right, I got you.
Sorry, my fingers do not cross well.
So yes, now if everything is working correctly, everybody should see both me and Mike. So everybody can see both me and Mike. Yes. Somebody say yes.
I can't, but that's
all right. Cool. Killer Weezer, thank you. Bribe money for the Techno Vipers. Thank you. Yes, I need to get the Techno Vipers on this. Welcome, Mike, and Happy New Year, and thank you for being here. Thank you. I'm a big fan of What's on Joe Mind. Oh yeah. By the way, this is what I wanted to do while you were on here. I wanted to plug the show.
Okay, I'm getting to where I can actually see you. Hang on.
There we go. So I'm a big fan. Yeah, there probably is some lag.
That's okay.
Yeah. Let's see.
Better than nothing.
Let me make sure that the audio, desktop audio. Okay, so
there we go. I'm glad I didn't wear that shirt.
Yeah. Oh, we would have been Twinkies. Okay, they said Mike needs volume, so I did turn the volume up, so hopefully everybody can hear you better.
All right. If so, I can always take the microphone out and go lounge style.
Okay, Randall, thank you for the super chat. Big fan of your reviews. Can't wait for the classified bats to come out. Yes, I'm looking for that as well. Okay, they're still saying your volume's very low. See, if this is what I get. This is what I deal with right here. Okay, let me make sure that I've got all the settings. Okay. Okay, all right. Now they said everything's better, but now you're super loud, so I'm gonna back it off a little bit. Okay. Technical issues. Yes. I agree. Mike has a voice for radio.
A lifetime ago, that was the job.
I can completely believe that. I absolutely. Okay, so now everybody can hear you. Cool. All right, cool. So I'm a big fan of What's on Joe Mind, and I try to show up for all of your shows. I guess, I'll do this sort of interview style to start out with. Talk to us about What's on Joe Mind. Tell us a little bit about it, a little bit about its history and what you guys do.
Oh, wow. Well, we've been, you can tell from my shirt, we've been at this for 10 years. But we are a fan cast about the world of G.I. Joe, as we say every episode. It's a long-form news discussion. We do interviews. We basically, a bunch of us get together, sit around, and we have fun. And we try to explore the truths of our wonderful little hobby. And we've been doing it with various names and various faces for over a decade now. So if you haven't heard of us before, where you been?
Yeah, it's you haven't been hiding. You've been out there.
Pretty much, yes. We were audio only for the first 8 years or so of existence, and we have made the rather rough and tumble transition to YouTube, as you can see by the fact that I think we're up to 18 subscribers now.
Oh, you're gonna have more than that.
Maybe 19. Maybe 19. Dare to dream.
Hello, Hans Chow. Hello. I'm just trying to say hi to everyone who comes in. You've made the transition to YouTube, and at the moment your regular lineup is you and Mark Webber and Joe Colton.
Yes.
I love the current lineup, by the way, because those are all people I like very much, so that's great. And for those who are not familiar with the show's history, you guys got a massive back catalog of episodes. And with tons of interviews and a lot of just history of JoeCon and the developments in the line over those last 10 years, and that'll keep you busy for a while.
Yeah, it sure does. We get a lot of voice talent from the various animated series. We damn near made a full run through the cast of Renegades. Very close.
Yeah.
Very close.
Brushstroke says, I just got back into G.I. Joe last month, but only been away for 35 years. If you want to get back into G.I. Joe, check out What's on Joe Mind. it's a great show, and it was actually my initiation back into G.I. Joe fandom when I first got back in. I first heard of What's on Joe Mind at JoeCon in Dallas because I didn't know anybody, and I went to a panel not knowing what it was, and it was...
You were shocked and horrified for a solid hour.
Yes, I was stunned, and I still haven't gotten over it. But but I had to look up the show like immediately, and then I saw that you had all these episodes in your history, and so at the time I was just finishing law school, and I got a job doing electronic discovery document review, which is mind-numbing. So I had an iPod at the time. Remember iPods? I had an iPod at the time, so I started at like episode 1, which was pretty rough. I'm not gonna lie. Like,
you know why? I wasn't there yet.
Yes, yeah. They needed the pro. They
needed some audio electric sax.
Yeah. But I just went back to episode 1, and I got caught up, and I've been fortunate to, I think, meet everyone who was in the original lineup, and except I only met you, I think, at JoeFest. I don't think I ran into you at JoeCon. I did see you, and I said, "Hey, that's Mike from What's on Joe Mind," but you were like on the other side of a really big room. And by the time I got over there, you were somewhere else, so I never caught up with you.
I don't move very fast, man. So it's kind of on you.
It was a very big, crowded room. I would have had to like elbow through there to but it's my privilege to know you now.
I'm worth it. I'm worth it.
It's my privilege to know you now, and I just really enjoy the show a lot. So I hope folks will check it out. One thing that you've done recently.
We appreciate it. And let me just throw this in real quick. We appreciate that you give us a shout just about every week. And a lot of our fans here in the video world and the YouTube world are your fans. So you have more than returned the favor to us as far as helping us get things going here in the new format.
Well, I really have all the respect in the world for what you do, what you have done, what you continue to do, including, breaking Joe news frequently.
Well, once in a while. I wouldn't say we do it very often, but we tend to hold off for when we know we have something that people have missed.
It's essentially, it's essentially if you want to know every inside scoop of everything that's going on with G.I. Joe, okay, all right, that might be overstating things a little bit. But you have broken some stories, and it's been pretty cool. So I mean, that alone, I think, is a good reason to tune in every week. But plus, it's cool to hear you guys banter. You guys have been around this fan community for a long time. Joe Colton is a very well-known cosplayer. Mark was, let me make sure I get this right, he was the former brand manager for G.I. Joe at Hasbro for a while. Is that right? That
is correct. Back in, I believe his run was from 2014 through 2017. And so, yeah, he was the guy under Daryl DePriest on G.I. Joe. He was the head of marketing. And so we're very fortunate to have Mark with us. It's really something. He brings a lot to the program, I think.
Yeah, I didn't know who Mark was until after he was off of the brand, and people were saying, talking about like, we want Mark Webber back on the brand. I'm like, who's Mark Webber? But now, since I've gotten to know him, he's just been a really cool guy. I kind of wish I had known him before. He seems like to have been a really cool person to know.
Yeah, Mark is fantastic. I'll fill you in. There was going into the last JoeCon at 2018. My younger brother and my sister expressed interest in going. So it was going to be the four of us, and then my younger brother Jim, was going to bring his fiance, and so there were going to be the five of us Irizarry kids in one room. Well, as we got closer and closer to the con, my sister had to bail out because one of her dumb friends decided to get married that weekend.
Oh, well,
how do you schedule a wedding against JoeCon?
Do they not check the calendar? Come on, that's inexcusable. Inexcusable.
And then Jimmy's situation went south on him. So it turned out that Rob and I just had space open up in the room at the last minute. And we had gotten to know Mark a little bit from our obviously we weren't real social with him when he was on the brand because there was a wall that was kept. The only time we got to talk to those guys on the show was at JoeCon. That was the only weekend they were cleared to talk to us. And so came up, I saw him just throw something on Facebook. Hey, I'll be at JoeCon these days and so and so and so. And so I just reached out to him via private message and said, hey, well, we had a couple of spots open up in our room if you want to stay at the convention hotel. Because he was in Chattanooga, but he was blocks away. He was God knows where. And so Mark wound up staying with us that weekend, and he was able to plug into these conversations that Rob and I have these conversations that we're the only two people that understand one another on the whole planet because we've been having these same conversations for 40 years. And he was able to plug into those. Like he was playing along. He knew all of our weird, obscure references. He would throw an odd Saturday Night Live line in there that only the three of us were going to understand. He knows what SCTV is. And so we clicked with Mark at a very deep level very quickly. And when the opportunity came to add him full time to the show, I mean, we were just like, hey, you want to come on? And for a long time, he was kind of iffy about it because I know he was up for a couple of jobs at Hasbro after he was released from Hasbro. Like he was considered for other positions after that. But once those didn't happen, he was more than happy to come aboard and the rest is history, as they say.
Yeah.
The lovely Joe Colton has been with us for over 5 years now.
I was just going to mention Joe Colton because, yeah, she goes back a ways, even back to like the audio only days, at least partially. And
absolutely.
I mean, I think I saw her at JoeCon first. She was wearing a really cool Scarlet costume. And being as brand new as I was, I didn't know that G.I. Joe cosplay was a thing. Josiah sends a super chat. Thank you, Josiah. Any chance of seeing cross-channel reaction videos between the channel's guys? Possibly. We can talk about it.
We're up for it.
Yeah. And I've had Mike on the show, and I've had Joe on the show before. You guys helped out with the General Joe Colton mail-away figure review. So thank you for that. But yeah, speaking of Joe, Joe is somebody that I wouldn't mind having on. She's got a long history with the cosplay community. She's got a long history with the fan community. She was really emotional about like the end of JoeCon. I really think that was an important thing to her, and I think I get that. I haven't been around as long, but in the time that I was around, I made a lot of connections and made a lot of friends in that arena. And the prospect of, not having that annual reunion was kind of sad. There are other options now. But, JoeCon was kind of a special thing to me. Maybe it was old hat to you veterans, but to me it was still fairly new.
I tell you what, man, I kept going back every year. So it was, I got to, I think it was 6 of the last 7. And then 7 over, it was also at the one way back in Atlanta in 2007. That was my first one. So I got to, I think 7 total, maybe 8. I don't know. I'd have to go back and count. But it's got to be something. It's got to be something special to drag you back year after year after year.
Yeah, I almost forgot. I pulled out my my Beachhead pop vinyl and I got him a little perch here that hopefully I can get. I wanted wanted Beachhead to join us. His eyes just barely fit on the screen there, but there we go.
I got several of mine here. I got my this is my most recent, number 28.
Is that with or without a crotch?
He is crotched.
Crotched. All right. Congratulations. Bonus.
There we go. And now the video's finally catching up with me. So I'm seeing everything that you do, I see about 10 seconds later.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I wish I could do something about the lag, but this is the best I can do.
It's okay. I'm seeing the live. I'm seeing the chat as it comes through. So that's on time, and that's more important.
All right. Cool. Yeah. So and Beachhead's your favorite figure, right? You've got yourself a little. I don't know. What do you call like a group of Beachheads? Is that like a herd or a flock?
I call it the beach party.
The beach party. Yes. So you got your own little beach party.
Beach party.
And he is kind of known to have to be fragile in the crotchal area. So
the crotchal zone.
Yeah. So getting one that's intact, that's nice. That's good. That's a bonus. Yeah.
It's all of the ones that I have purchased myself are whole, so to speak. I figure if I'm going to spend money on it, then I'm gonna go the extra mile and make sure that it's got all of its parts. I do have one that does not, and that was given to me by a listener. So if you're gonna donate a Beachhead, he gets in. He's in the party automatically.
Yeah, I just thought of a joke, but it's inappropriate. I'll skip that. Sarah Hewitt
this
says,
family show all of a sudden?
Any thoughts on the 6-inch retro line? This is some news that's come out somewhat recently. Is that I guess there's maybe a Lady J and a Baroness that 6-inch figures that may be on like retro cards or something like that. Are you familiar with that?
Sure. Well, it's all rumor at this point. It's a lot of digging from the folks at His Tank, and I'll stick up for them for the fact that when they dig like this, they're usually right. So
I have noticed that. Yeah.
You can take it with more than a grain of salt because there's probably something to it. But as far as what it is, I am not surprised at all that Walmart wants a piece of one of the hottest toys on the market. Mm-hmm. And so doing a reissue of 6-inch figures with retro style packaging, maybe with fewer accessories or different accessories or different paint or we don't know the ins and outs of it all the time, but no, I'm not surprised by it at all. I think it's great if one of them pops out that's something that tickles your fancy, by all means.
I was thinking that it's an interesting choice to do Lady J and the Baroness. I'm curious whether or not they're going to use as just the classified molds and maybe recolor them, put them on new cards. But I think Mark has pointed out that one advantage for 6-inch G.I. Joe figures is that Hasbro doesn't have to license it. They own it. So there's no licensing fee or anything like that as they would have on like Star Wars figures or something, or Marvel or whatever. So I think that gives them a little leeway to try a couple things. And this is something that I've mentioned before, that this is why we should root for the success of any G.I. Joe line. The more successful any individual line or set is, the more likely they will try more and try new. And if you don't like a particular set or a particular line of figures, there's at least a possibility that you'll get something that you do like if these are successful. So, I mean, it seems to indicate there's at least some success for what they've already put out with G.I. Joe, if they're interested in kind of doing something new and different with the 6-inch line, and something that's kind of retro inspired. So yeah, that could be intriguing.
Absolutely. As I say quite often, it's okay to like what you like and not like what you don't like, but a rising tide helps all boats.
Absolutely.
So
I agree with that.
The more successful G.I. Joe is in every facet of the market it can get into, the more likely we are to get the stuff that you like individually.
Yeah, absolutely. This is why, I was really hoping that the HasLab Sky Striker would fund, and it did, so cool. But
that was a ride.
And I had some misgivings. I've had misgivings about several things, but yeah, I'm kind of on G.I. Joe's side. You know, I want G.I. Joe to win. I want to see success, and the more success we have, the more of it we are likely to get. Out of curiosity, though, what do you think that means for 3 3/4 inch or 4-inch scale? Do you think they'll keep doing that, or do you think they'll shift to something else?
I mean, I think they're committed to it on the Pulse side for a while. You don't go through the trouble of putting together a whole HasLab project based around the Sky Striker, and there's the exclusive Storm Shadow and Snake Eyes pack, and you know there's very specific exclusive figures that are coming with that Sky Striker. So I think there's going to be more of that to come. You know, I think we'll see more of it. Maybe not next year, but the year after. We're going to see some of it next year for the 40th anniversary, I'm sure. But I think it's if that turns into a thing, we're really going to see it in 2023.
Yeah, I'd like to see it. I don't know. I really don't know if it'll be O-ring, but hey, at least we're getting some O-ring, right? Because we're getting some O-ring figures with the Sky Striker. And I'm curious if they have constructed these O-ring figures out of molds that they had, or if they've done some new tooling. I don't know, but I'm curious, and I think that it would be kind of instructive to know like how much they're investing in G.I. Joe just from the production side. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, but I am aware that a lot of the vintage molds from the 80s and 90s, those are no longer around. They're not available anymore.
Yeah, there's not a whole bunch, and that's coming from Mark, who,
right,
you know, was privy to those lists not too long ago. And there's going to be fewer of them available now than there was when he last saw them 5 years ago, 6 years ago. So, as far as something coming back that is just a straight up redo, there's not a lot there.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, and that's why I was curious as to whether or not the parts that they're using now were just some of those leftovers, or if they have actually gone through the expense of they'd have to retool it. I mean, they have to like recreate the molds for them. If they actually did that, that's quite an investment. Somebody mentioned the RoboSkull Mark II. Not to get too far off topic, but that is something that I wanted to mention, and I regret not getting in on. I could only back one or the other. Unfortunately, I couldn't back both. But that RoboSkull Mark II, it looks awesome. I will be jealous of everyone who gets one, but it looks really cool. But you had who was it that was doing the RoboSkull? I think you had him on the show at some point, didn't you?
Yeah, it's our buddy Ben Conway, whose company is called Skeletron.
Right. Yeah.
And there's a number of folks who are involved with that. Ben is the head of the bunch. But I mean, they go so far and wide as to part of the design team was Bob Breakin, who designed the original Skeletron at Palitoy back in the 80s in the UK. Yeah. So it's a big team over at Skeletron, and we are thrilled that they had the success that they did. Glad we got to help them out with that a little bit, a very little bit, because Lord knows we had them on our show, on the live show. It was the day after they launched their Kickstarter. The day after, so less than 24 hours before they launched their Kickstarter. By the time they got to us, it was already funded.
That's awesome.
So,
that's
okay,
awesome. Now, I love stuff like that. I love the community coming together and supporting a project like that. I really wish I could have done it. It really does look very cool. So to those of you who got it, congratulations. You will have all of my jealousy and envy.
I'm sure there will be other opportunities for you to get in on that.
Hang on a second. Okay. I guess before I let you go, and I see that you're enjoying an adult beverage. I don't partake anymore, but it is the perfect occasion to do that. And you seem to be holding your liquor very well.
I am. It is Screwball peanut butter whiskey.
Nice. Actually, that sounds really good.
Yeah, it just tastes like liquid peanut butter.
That's I am a peanut butter fan.
I also have some little shrimps.
So some real, geez.
New Year's Eve, man.
Opulent this evening, aren't we?
We are living large.
Yeah,
we're living large.
Yeah, well, very nice, very nice. All I've got here is a cup of water and a little beach head.
I got one of them.
Little beach party. You have a show tomorrow, right?
We do. We are getting together. It is the rare Saturday edition of the What's on Joe Mind team stream.
Do you have any previews? Anything we should expect on the super special Saturday show?
We will be reviewing the year that was 2021. The Rack Time Raw will be joining us, so it'll be a 4-person booth. We have all thrown our list of 10 things that impressed us the most out of 2021 together, and I will compile that into one big list of 10 things, and we will chat about that. We'll also have news, and we'll probably make fun of Joe Colton a little bit, and it'll be an evening. We'll make a day of it, right?
Does she still have her 8 Christmas trees up, or does she take those down by now?
Oh no, they're up for a while. Like you can't just take those down. That doesn't just disappear in a day.
Yeah,
that's a lot of stuff.
I mean, just putting them up is more effort than I have in me. Taking them down, they just be up till next Christmas.
Yeah, I got to tell you, man, I was at Joe Colton's house a couple of Christmases ago. I had a friend who was in the DC area who was getting married, and so I went out there for the wedding, and I got to visit with Joe and Wes, and that woman and her Christmas decorating is no joke. Like, you see the one room there, and that one room is crazy. The whole house is that crazy. The whole house.
That's awesome.
No lie. It is everything. It is the yard. It is the backyard. It is the entire downstairs. I was tucked off in this little guest room. There is Christmas stuff up in the guest room. Like it is no joke what goes on at the Joe Colton house.
You would need like a second house to put that stuff in when it's not up on your main house. That's that's still a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I asked her. It's like, where does this stuff go? What do you do with this? What closet does it all get shoved into? What magic portal do you open to make the Christmas stuff go away? And I couldn't get an answer out of her, which makes me think trade secret.
Yeah, I just thought of the Clark Griswold line: "Bend over and I'll show you."
I wasn't talking to you.
Yeah. So. I hope that everybody will check out the show tomorrow. I definitely will. I just wanted to take a little while to talk with you. I wanted to have you on, and mainly I just wanted to say hi. I like talking with you. I appreciate everything you do. I'm sorry we were not able to connect when I was driving through your state. The timing just didn't work out.
Well, your car decided to belch up its life for a few days there, and that really messed with things.
It was a little frustrating. It was a little annoying. I had to take care of that, and that just threw all the timing of everything off. But fortunately, I made it safely home. It was an adventure.
Did you have a good trip? Did you enjoy your run to the Shrine of Belichick?
I did, and they actually won this time, so that's nice. Yeah, I kind of assumed that I was bad luck. The first time I was there in, what was it, like 2005 or something like that? It was Monday Night Football with the Colts, and it was the breaking of the winning streak against the Colts. They had beaten the Colts a whole bunch of times, except when I was there. and they lost. So I just assumed it was me.
Who did they play? Who did they play the week you were there again?
The Browns, and that's okay. Baker Mayfield got injured.
Yeah, they hung one on the Browns, didn't they?
Yeah, they beat them up pretty good. So yeah, and people in Massachusetts, they're fascinating people. Most of them are very nice, but the term masshole was coined for a reason.
It's a thing. It happens. Yeah.
And it's not everybody, but every once in a while you just run into them. They're just there.
I understand how that goes, man. I'm from Long Island originally, and you can push me to a point to where I'm just kind of walking around going, hey, yo, all the time. So I get it. I understand what that is.
Yeah. But yeah, it was a good trip. And the car issues didn't slow me down too much as the thing that I had to take care of. But it did just throw the timing of everything off. So yeah. Ironically, I guess like the night after the game, I spent the night in Cleveland. I decided to visit the city that we just ransacked. I guess.
They never suspect you to show up and pillage more.
Right.
Yeah. Total. The guard was down entirely.
I did see one person. I saw Magnus, and I don't want to pronounce his last name because I'll butcher it. But Magnus, who also lives in the DC area, and so when I was in DC, we got dinner, and so that was really nice. I think, and I also saw Kevin from Peg Warmers, who was on here earlier, but I think he's had to go do other things. So I was able to see a couple people, and I really wanted to see you. I was disappointed that didn't work out, but there's time. We'll have other opportunities.
Absolutely. We may be talking about your con schedule in that regard.
Yeah. I'm going to do my damnedest to make it to JoeFest this year. If I can do it, I'd like to go to more than one show. Before the pandemic hit, I went to Assembly Required in Des Moines, and it's a smaller show, but it was really fun. And some of the JoeCon people were there too, so I enjoyed that very much. And I'd like to go around a bit more. I'd like to see a bit more. I'd like to go to some of these more regional shows. I think that would be fun.
Assembly Required is one that's been on my list for a long time, but I've never been able to do that. I used to work in the travel business, and they do that show in November, and you can't, there's no getting time off in November if you work in the travel business. So that was always a major obstacle there.
It worked out for us because my daughter was at university in Des Moines at the time. So we went up there to visit her, and so we just we had an afternoon, so we went to the show too. So the timing was actually perfect.
Very
and
cool.
When I was planning the trip to the Northeast, my original plan was to hit Assembly Required on the way up, towards more eastern areas. But the timing just did not work out this year. But yeah, so I know that you've done shows on CoilCon and
I used to run CoilCon, so I made it easy.
In that case, I need to treat you much nicer. I would like a ticket.
Used to.
Okay, all right. You went to Roll Out Roll Call at least one year, didn't you?
I went 3 times. It was 13, 14, and 15, or 14. It was 3 years in a row, and a great show. Again, it's kind of a small show because it's very weird in the UK. Their feelings about traveling for those sorts of things are very different than ours. For me, if there was a big show like that happening and it was anywhere within a 6-hour radius, I'm just getting in the car and going, right?
Yeah.
I'll go on Friday and I'll come back on Saturday if I have to, or I'll go on Saturday and come back on Sunday, whatever, right? But like they even have mass transit that'll take them the hour and a half to the stop where they need to get to, and they're like, that's too far away.
Matt Rubin says Long Islanders equals Ayo. Pittsburghers, Yins Jagoffs. Source, I'm one of the ladders. I guess Matt is a Pittsburgher. He's Yins Jagoffs.
I think he's trying to throw some hockey smack, but I mean, I'll start responding when Pittsburgh can beat the Islanders in the playoffs for a game. They haven't done that the last couple of years.
Shots fired.
But yeah, I want to take a second just answer a question in the chat.
Oh, sure.
The Awe Striker's probably done it at first run retail. If you find one, good luck to you. Great, but it's probably not showing up in any real quantity anymore. So your best bet is just hitting second run retail or eBay or what have you. Anyways, that was it. Just I know it came up a few times, and I just wanted to make sure that the question was getting answered, because apparently someone needs an Awe Striker badly.
Well, I speaking of Awe Strikers, I assembled one not that long ago, and I had not been picking up the retro line at all, but somebody sent me the Awe Striker, and I actually kind of like the vehicles. And I guess later we're going to open up Stalker here, so I can see if I like Stalker. But
you're going to like Stalker.
Yeah. The card looks really nice. I love the classic artwork on the card. So anyway, I won't keep you much longer, but I'm really glad that you made it. I really appreciate it, and I hope we can hang out sometime in the future. I hope we can find sometime when we are in the same city at the same time.
Absolutely,
I hope we can do it.
We will have to get decadent shrimps.
Absolutely. Don't forget the cocktail sauce.
Yes, I had to kind of concoct my own. I couldn't find, nobody had horseradish, so I had to substitute in Frank's Red Hot instead. So it's kind of a different type of sauce, but it's nice. Nice little low heat and some sweetness to it.
Yeah, well, it works. It works. All right. Well, before I let you go, I'll just let you wrap it up. If there's anything else that you'd like to say, anything on your mind, anything that comes to your brain, anything you'd like to send us off with.
Well, I wanted to thank everybody again who's chimed in and said that they have gone and subscribed. Really appreciate that. You can find us over on YouTube. Our channel's name is actually WOJM, What's on Joe Mind. I'm going to put a comment over in the live chat just so everybody can see how it's printed.
Thank you.
That'll help everybody out as far as finding us. Again, appreciate that. We are still trying to push to get to that 1,000 subscriber line, because that's a big deal on YouTube.
Yeah, a few years ago they changed the monetization policy such that you have to have at least 1,000 subscribers, and there's a minimum view count per month as well. So, I wasn't a huge fan of that, but that is a threshold that you have to reach now. So hopefully we can get that done, because I think that more people should watch your show. I think it's a great resource. Plus, I like you guys, and I like what you do, and I look forward to seeing more of it. I was gone for a year, and that was a really rough year, but you and a few other people, kept in touch, and I appreciate that a lot. That means a lot to me, and I will not forget that. It means a lot, so thank you.
It's no big thing. Again, we've only met the one time live, but you're my friend, and past all this stuff, and I'd keep in touch with you regardless, whether it was GI Joe or not GI Joe. You're a good guy, and you were having some issues, and so we're really just genuinely concerned about you. If you never did another video again, that would be fine, so long as you were happy, and that's really what we all want. And frankly, I think I speak for everybody who says, when I say that we're thrilled that you're back and you're doing your thing again, and that's what you've decided is a productive use of your time, and that is part of what makes you happy. Because I don't think anybody's better at doing what you do on this platform.
Thank you. There was a time when returning to G.I. Joe saved me. Like, it really did. And it kind of is doing that now. It's giving me something positive. And yeah, this year was really rough for a lot of reasons. But there's some hope. There's some hope for next year. So, you know, you can never predict these things. There are so many things that are outside of our control, but there's some hope. So thank you, and it really that means a lot to me. It really does.
Yes, and absolutely meant it 100%. Anytime you need us for anything, just say the word. We will be there as best we can with as many bells as we can hang on our person.
And I am at your disposal. If you need me for anything, as long as I'm not like pre-committed to anything else, the answer is always yes.
Okay, all right then. I need you to send me all of your 86 beachheads.
Okay, I have one. Look,
done.
I only have one.
I can't take the only one. That's all right then.
Yeah, because that's the only one I could find that had his crotch. That is
crotched.
Yeah.
Anyway,
so thank you for showing up. I will let you finish your adult beverage and your shrimp, and I hope you have a great New Year.
Absolutely. Again, you can find us. We're here on YouTube. We're on Facebook. We're on Twitter at WOJM Podcast. We're on Instagram at What's on Joe Mind. And of course, you know, we are in the middle of a pandemic still. It's a problem now, more so than it was even a couple of weeks ago. So if you're heading out anytime, please just mask up. Make sure you do your best to stay distant. If you haven't gotten your vaccination, get your vaccination. If you have gotten your vaccination, get your booster shot. And let's end this already. Everybody's tired of the pandemic, but the option to ignore it is simply not a valid one.
100% agree. I am so ready for this to be over, but we need to help that along a little bit.
Right. Let's do what we can to put this thing in the ground, because that's what it's going to take.
This is what will make 2022 better than this year, is making some wise choices that can help make it better. So yeah, absolutely 100% agree. And hopefully, knock on wood, we'll all be able to see each other again and actually mingle and see each other face to face.
And enjoy decadent little shrimps.
Yes, absolutely. All right, well, thank you, Mike. And I will say goodnight and Happy New Year, and we will talk soon. And as soon as the next show goes up, as soon as the link goes up, I will share it.
Appreciated that. Happy New Year to you too, and to everybody in the live chat. Thank you so much for joining us.
All right, thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Night.
All right, cool. Okay, cool. All right, I think I did it right. Thank you, Mike, for showing up, and thank you guys. I guess now that Mike's gone, Big Head Beachhead is sad, so I'm gonna let him go over there and mope for a minute. But all right, so thanks to Mike, and thanks to everyone. I was trying to keep up with the live chat as well, but it's really cool. 2021, if it was possible to have a year worse than 2020, 2021 was it. For a variety of reasons, and I don't want to go into all of them. A lot of them are personal, but it was a rough year. But a lot of the people that are in this live chat now, and a lot of the people that I've worked with in the past, really stuck with me. And I gotta say that they've earned my loyalty. I would take a bullet for those people, and that's not an exaggeration. So thank you, Mike, and thank you to everyone who stuck with me through a really long, difficult year. But there's light at the end of the tunnel. We are moving forward. Now let me see if I can get Cujo on her. Let's see. For my next trick, Let's see if we can get Cujo. That's not it. This is something that I don't normally do. I don't usually have guests on, so I don't have a setup that is easy to have guests on, but that is something I want to change. I want to change my whole setup for the live stream next year so that I can have more guests. Thank you, Kurt Road Trip, for the super chat. 2021 sucked so bad. Betty White, yes, we lost Betty White. We lost John Madden and Betty White now. There we go. Hold on. There, okay. So that is sent to Mr. Cujo, and we will give him a minute and see if he is able to join. So, all right. Salvador says, Happy New Year from Peru. Happy New Year from the United States. And thank you for being here. Thank you very much. All right. Hey, Cujo is about ready already. Hello, Cujo. You are sideways. Let me and get you working out here. How
Well, you
doing,
don't like
sir?
me sideways?
Yeah, you're tilted. I don't know. That could still work though.
Hold on. Let's see if I can rectify.
Yeah, let's see if it works the same. Oh, hey, that worked. That totally worked. Perfect. All right, now let me
Technology.
do this. It worked last time. Cool, and you can hear me.
I can.
And I can hear you. And thank you, Dave Seltzer. Happy New Year, buddy. Happy New Year to you as well. And now we have Cujo on. Thanks for joining.
So,
how are your New Year's festivities going?
I'm putting things in frame. I'm gonna catch up with my lady and her family after we're done here handling business.
I won't keep you too long, but I'm just really happy to have you on. I really appreciate it. And thank you for doing your best to stay in touch during the lost year that was 2021. I did not do a very good job of replying back because, well, I'm terrible and I was having a terrible time. But it made a difference to me that you tried to stay in touch and that you would check in every once in a while. So thank you very much for that. I really appreciate it.
It's my pleasure, brother. No, I think it's a strange thing to see this world unfold as it is, and it's also interesting to see folks get stronger as it goes in this community. Maybe not stronger is not the right word, but definitely I feel like the community, the G.I. Joe community, was built around certain fundamentals that keep folks legit, so to speak.
I hope so. In these nerd fan bases, they're always very diverse, and you always have like some factions that like to stir the pot. They seem to get some enjoyment out of tearing people down. But we've got a pretty good corner of the fandom here, I think. With you, with the Joeberg guys, with the What's on Joe Mind people who I think have a pretty good perspective, and I just really enjoy the friendships that I've made, and I think that's will ultimately be what I take away from all of this. When the plastic is all packed away, or I'm in the nursing home and I can't have my toys anymore. That's what I'll remember. That's what will really matter to me.
Don't kid yourself. You don't get to retire, my man. You're too important.
I'll just die in front of the camera. That's what I'll have.
There it is. That'll get some numbers. Let me.
Right. If I die on a live stream, man, that will absolutely that'll go viral.
Might jump the shark, maybe. No, let me echo the sentiment. The Irizarian, Mike. It's a pleasure, brother. And it's not what happens is not by mistake. I think the biggest thing is people they're afraid to put themselves out there a bit, or not afraid, but it's not natural. Because I think when you're talking to, you're a pro, but when you're talking to a camera, it's energy going out. And if you're in the live chat, you definitely get that love, and I'll watch it and replay it. Let's hope I do. But no, I appreciate Mike. I appreciate his squad, which I do have a ton of respect for 10 years. For 10 years, guys. Yeah. And there's some other names that I'll drop.
You've been at it for a good amount of time yourself. And it's been my privilege to meet you a couple of times. That's been really cool. This is the beautiful thing about conventions, is that we have a chance to meet people that we otherwise would only know online. So it was a real trip meeting you and the South African contingent as well. So that was really cool. You put out a comic book. It's been a little bit since you put that out, but you've had some creative endeavors. Hey, this is actually, I'm thinking of topics on the fly, but you've put out some creative endeavors as well. But I think one reason maybe people are afraid to do things like that is that it's a bit of a risk to put yourself out there, and it can be scary for some people. Do you have any thoughts on the worry or fear that people may have about maybe being a little bit vulnerable and putting their own works out there for other people to see?
Well, I mean, I've been chewing on it a little bit because I plan to turn up a little bit in this next year, but I think it's just I'm drifting a little bit because there's the noise of celebration out in Long Beach here. But I think for me, I did start out rough. I've always been a curious mind. I've always been an independent person. And I think with G.I. Joe, I saw something that I understood. The people that created it, and I mean the 82 folks, all those people, they had something. They had something larger. And I have interviewed folks, and sometimes they allude to the fact that they're like, oh, we didn't realize what we were doing, blah, blah, blah. I don't buy it. I think that there were some smart people, and they were artists, and they rose above what I would consider the machine. I think you can have opinions about whether that machine has eclipsed the brand in the meantime, but I do think that what brings people together is those fundamentals, the representation. If I can drop just a bunch of word soup, it always put everybody in focus. So there was no minor characters. So I think that's what I dwell with,
Yeah, we live in interesting times. We live in a time when I am Facebook friends with Larry Hama and Ron Rudat, and
nice.
That is insane. And I can have conversations with these people that created things and influenced such a big part of, well, first my childhood and now my adulthood. But wow, what a crazy time.
Yeah, and let me before it gets too far away, if you don't know me, I would be known as the G.I. Joe occult specialist. So if you're flexing symbolism, I'm probably a couple moves ahead. But I did come up with G.I. Joeberg. I heard their podcast back in the day, and I knew that what I was hearing was special in the way that it transcends. And I don't have to explain that because they get listened to on every continent. So let me drop those names. Paul Lobser, Deadly Weapons. Let's go there. Deadly Pencils. As talented as an artist as I've encountered, just a real dude. We talk on the regular. Like you mentioned, we collaborated, created a comic. Eventually, we'll drop the second edition of that. But we should probably drop a documentary about the making of that comic because it's probably more interesting. But no, you got Paul, you got Rob. Who's a natural introvert, but also just as smart as they come. A lot of the smartest people I've encountered have had adversity along the way, and he has. So he gets it. And last but not least, of course, is Steven, who is exiled to Australia.
Yeah.
and has had a son in the last year, so that was rad.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all everybody. I will go on because that's my job. I will always remind you who you are, and you guys are really special. I think it was They Gone who asked the very bold question in your comments earlier tonight. You know, did G.I. Joe win the culture war? The answer is yes, because you and I are talking, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a fair answer. And I appreciate you kind of talking up the other G.I. Joe Word guys, because I really think they're great. And I know that not every team member is on every episode, but it doesn't really matter to me because I enjoy listening to whoever's on there because I like everyone that's on that show. So any combination that you guys have is great with me. One thing that I think is interesting, you mentioned that Stephen, you know, is starting a family, and I don't want to talk out of place, but if Stephen will permit us to talk about him a little bit, these guys are a bit younger than I am, and I'm not sure exactly how old you are, but I think you're close to my age. But the G.I. Joe toys that we got came out in other countries a couple years later. So they are reaching the age where they're starting to get nostalgic for this stuff that we got nostalgia for, you know, a little bit a few years ago. So I think that's really interesting that a lot of the international fans will skew a little bit younger because their experience with G.I. Joe was a little bit more recent. And I think that provides a wonderful diversity of opinions, but also like life experiences to the fan community, and I think that's a great thing. And I've enjoyed what that brings to G.I. Joe Berg and how that show expresses that. I didn't have any questions about that. I just thought I'd say it.
I like it.
Yeah. So you hinted at comic book stuff going on, but you got anything else going on? Any upcoming plans?
Well, I do have a YouTube channel. If you're in here, it's codename Cujo, and there are some videos on there that will probably offend your sensibilities. But I dropped a video. I think it's called A Pine Fresh Holiday. I noticed you had a pine tree behind you. So go ahead and watch that. You might get some unforeseen benefits afterwards.
This is the rare endangered plastic pine.
Oh, good. Nice. Yeah. Nice. The evergreen, if you will.
Yes. Evergreen.
No, I think I may do a weekly G.I. Joe live stream this year, too. I'm not saying it's going to start day one, but I think if they said, I don't know who said it, I forget who said it, but they said in the future, everybody will get 15 minutes of fame. If you're a G.I. Joe fan out there, be heard. I'm going to start a 15-minute stream, 15-minute minimum. Just hit me up in the DMs. I do most of my lifting through Twitter. Hit me up. Say, you know what? This is on my mind. Here's the only criteria. And I'll drop this on other platforms, but you have to bring one figure that you want to chat up, and you have to talk specifically about either an item, a sculpting on that figure that makes it relevant to now, to what's going on right now, and bring that flavor. So if you have a project, I think, and I'm always going to say it, that a community should represent community, you know, and whether that's on the corporate side or just us, you know, because at the end of the day, I don't know why people didn't get it. And I don't know why people have never framed it this way, really. They should teach this in school. This is the age of information. It's not the age of conspiracies. It's the age of network. We know everything. You know, it's all out there. If you want it, if you want to know it, you can research it. So I think the layers are gone, and we're just here to do the best that we can and keep, elevating folks.
And I appreciate your always trying to encourage new ways of thinking about old things. That is something that I've always appreciated about you and your approach. It draws people into thinking about things that they might not have thought about before. So I appreciate that. You kind of push us to look at things from different angles. So thank you for that. Thank you. Yeah, and I'm
That's generous.
So I'll check out your projects as they come up. That's cool.
Appreciate it.
So yeah, that's an intriguing idea.
Well, let me turn the spotlight on you for a second. You've probably already mentioned this, and you're talking all the time anyway, but just offhand, any New Year's resolutions personally? Or is there anything you're putting more of a focus on this year?
Oh, wow. Can I condense that into a digestible chunk? I am... So I'm throwing myself into YouTube starting, essentially at the first of 2020. I want my video quality to be better, to be more professional, to be more, watchable, have fewer mistakes, and just to be a higher quality overall. And number one goal is to do this well enough that I'm worthy of having it support me, so that I can do just this for a while. It's not necessarily a specific resolution as to something that I want to do, but what I want to not do is to get back into an employment situation that is abysmal and soul-sucking, which is a large part of why this year sucks so much. I want to think more about my future, not just my financial future, but my well-being and what's going to make me ultimately, I hope, happy. Happy may be too optimistic, but at least give me the chance of having a more fulfilled life, doing something that I'm satisfied doing, which, I mean, that's a tall order.
Season.
Not everybody gets to do what they want to do. That's just not the world we live in, but I'm going to try. And I guess if that's a New Year's resolution, that's what's most on my mind, is that I am going to really give it everything that I have, and work my butt off, and make the most of it. And so, yeah, I guess that's my best answer. But now that you've put me on the spot, you have to answer the same question. What's new for Cujo in 2022?
Good man. Well, I, like you, will do the same. I'm going to put my best foot forward online. And I think with the intention to show people what good network looks like in the world. We surely don't know that in mainstream. I mean, whatever side of the issue of whatever issue you're on, and I can tell you personally that even in relationships, my closest relationships, I don't agree with fundamental things in this age. So I think it's time to show people that you don't always have to agree on everything to work together. I think that's something that's been lost over the last couple of years. So that is something that's kind of been lost, and really to our detriment. And that ability to like maintain a closeness and friendship despite disagreement is not in vogue right now. Well, you have to give it up to Mindbender, because they really did throw a cocktail at us in the last decade or so. And it's not worth turning over now, because this isn't the forum for it. But no, I think, once again, I can count on my hand how many communities held it together. And G.I. Joe is the only community that has continued to have people feel comfortable enough to keep turning up. One of those people is my good friend Dagon, who's a tireless supporter of the community. He may have some
and somebody who I don't thank enough. So thank you, Dagon. You're there a lot, and I see you, and I appreciate you. Thank you.
So no, I think I have a bunch of names on a piece of paper here. I'll probably forget some. I haven't talked to him in a long time. Maybe I'll rectify that. But Plastic Battles, if you're on Instagram, he chats it up usually on Thursday night. Good dude. I've met him. Gary with the Motor Pod, another real one. So there's constantly people, and I will say this, that I'm only in charge of not in charge. I'm one of the folks handling GI Joeberg's Twitter. If you're creating GI Joe content, it doesn't even have to be GI Joe. If you're part of the community and you've discovered a new way to, solve any issue, you're marketing something, use the hashtag GI Joe. I can't come through every tweet, but if you use the hashtag GI Joe, I will find you, and you'll be put in front of, thousands of eyes. So,
and that is something that is like a service that you guys do on Twitter that I think is invaluable. And even like people who are not necessarily connected to the community and use that hashtag for a reason, for any reason. It alerts them and makes them aware that the community exists, and I think that turns people on to it. It's something that that I think more people should know about, and I think that you hit on something. I really do like the GI Joe fan community. I mean, there are rotten apples in every bunch, I guess, to misuse a metaphor, but we've got a lot of really good folks here. I've made so many friends, and friends for life. Speaking of which, I see Comic Tropes just dropped in. Hello, Chris from Comic Tropes. Speaking of friend for life, thank you for your support, Chris. But yeah, I appreciate what you do, and that particular thing on Twitter is, I think, a great thing. That's a really cool thing.
Well, I think it's worth remembering that, starring somebody's tweet, I guess it's a heart now because everything's emotion based, but star somebody's tweet. That ain't going to cost you. Yeah. You got endless stars, throw them out. And you mentioned Comic Tropes, a dude that turns up for you all the time. What a great guy. I think he's 100K deep or so on YouTube. Yeah. That matters. Metrics matter. He's a good dude.
Yeah. Chris is great. Yes, he has his silver play button. I think I first talked to him and he's saying that my audio's quiet, so I'll try to scooch closer to the mic.
Turn up the audio or suffer the weapon. Yeah, sorry.
I think I first ran across Comic Tropes when he hit 300 subscribers, and I won a contest. He did a giveaway. And I really liked the show. He did an episode on the G.I. Joe comic book, and I knew that show would take off. I knew that show had potentially a really large audience, and it took off. He's done well. So well done, Chris. Oh, and Riptide O'Leary sends a super chat. Happy New Year from Massachusetts. Bring on the new O-Ring figures. Thank you, Riptide.
You heard?
Speaking of which, hey, it's 1 minute. Oh, it's exactly 11 o'clock my time, which means it's midnight on the East Coast. Happy New Year to the Eastern Time Zone.
That's right.
2022. We're all gonna make it there. We're all gonna get there eventually.
We will.
I'm gonna get there a little bit before you do. So. And I know that you have some festivities this evening, so I won't keep you too late, but I did want to say thank you and make sure that we had a chance to talk. I enjoy talking to you. You've been a good friend, and you've been just a really cool dude. So thanks for all that you do. I mentioned it before, but it's my privilege to have met you a couple of times.
Same, brother. Same. Well, let me close with this then. You see Boba Fett, the book of Boba Fett. Yeah, I know it's not G.I. Joe. Don't matter. I think HCC and Boba Fett have something in common. Do you know what that is, HCC?
We both wear the same helmet.
You wish.
No, that's not it. No, never mind. Okay, no, you got to tell me then.
Well, Boba Fett illustrates a point that we can all live by. You can die, but you can't stay dead. We're all going to stick our foot in our mouth. We're all going to make mistakes. We're all going to say something stupid. Don't quit.
Yeah.
Don't quit.
Yeah.
Because we need you. And I don't say that in a monetary sense. We need you because you're part of, okay, I'm going to do it one more time, HCC. I'm signing off. Hit me up in the YouTubes, codename Cujo. I do drop figure videos, so enjoy those. But you're part of the smartest community in the world. And people are rolling their eyes. Maybe they're not, but it's true. It's true. And if you doubt me, don't, because I talk to people everywhere, literally. So it's one of those things that Larry Hama wrote words, Ron Rudat created designs, and here we are.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And thank you, Robert Perry. Happy New Year to you. I just wanted to say that. But thank you, Cujo. And like I think all of us have a place and should have a voice in the community. And if I've had any success at all, my hope is to amplify those that are out there who are committed, who are having interesting thoughts and saying interesting things about this thing that we love. So, so I appreciate you and just thank you for everything.
Word, Sam. And hey, cheers to you, HCC. Pleasure to be chatting with you, my man.
Well.
All right, until next time.
Yes, yeah? I'll let you get back to your festivities. Happy early New Year, and I will see you in 2022.
Yes, you will. Cheers, brother.
Cheers. All right, cool. See, we had guests. I figured out how to have guests. All right, so hopefully my volume will be better. I've got it cranked. So I'm sorry if the volume was a little off, but hopefully we're back now. Comic Tropes wants to know about Form-BX 257. He's been gone for like 6 months. I don't know. That's a really good question. I have not seen hide nor hair of Kevin, and I hope he's all right. I really do. I really do. But since we are doing Cobra Convergence in 2022, I will try to reach out to him before that and see if we can get him on board, because I love Kevin and I just would like to see him. So we will see how that works out. Yes, we need Form-BX 257 back. And for anybody who doesn't know who Form-BX 257 is, in your YouTube search bar, type Form-BX 257 and you will learn all about it. But that's a guy. He was the first person I encountered. Cujo's was louder. Sorry. Yeah, the audio mix was unfortunately a little off, and I was struggling to get it working right. Kevin was the first person that I encountered doing G.I. Joe on YouTube, and it was my privilege to be able to work with him a number of times. And he's just a really cool guy. Happy New Year to you, Curtis. Now I haven't seen the show yet, but apparently there are some night creepers in Star Wars now, so I have to check that out. I just haven't had time to sit down. This is always my reluctance in starting new TV shows, is that I'm afraid that I'm going to get a couple episodes in and then run out of time to continue watching. And I really hate quitting a TV series in the middle and not following it through to conclusion. So I'm waiting to see these shows until I know that I can actually sit down and watch a few episodes and get into it. But I will eventually, I swear. But yes, this is what I've heard. Apparently there are night creepers in the Star Wars now. And I have seen the photos. The people have posted the pictures, and yeah, they do look awfully night creepery. Any word on new G.I. Joe movies? Past ones were so bad, disappointing. No word that I know of. We've talked a lot about the G.I. Joe movies. I won't go into it. I do hope they do more, but the fact that Snake Eyes was not financially successful makes it kind of hard to do, the next in the series. So I don't know. That's going to be a tough one. Rob Irizarry found the monocle. Rob is our Dr. Mindbender for tonight. So it's 1 hour from New Year here. So in that hour, I would like to do a couple things. AZ Cafe Motto, hello, how you doing? I know some folks showed up while we had guests and I wasn't able to say hi to. So hello to everyone that I wasn't able to say hi to. I see Peter Freely, that's a clever name. Hello. And I think I said hello to Darren, but if not, hello. Welcome. Thank you for joining. I think what I want to do now, I did have a couple things I wanted to open. I have this classified Cobra Commander, Snake Supreme Cobra Commander, whatever, that I want to open. I also have this retro Stalker. So I think I'm going to go open the Stalker now. In 1 second. There we go. I'm going to open this Stalker. Small Town Machine Shop. If they did a G.I. Joe movie based on the episode where they play football with tanks, that would be a winner. That I don't know if it would be a good movie, but it's a movie that I would like to see. I would just like to see them attempt it. Let's see them try it. And I'm not going to use this X-Acto knife because apparently it's broken. So never mind. I'll use this knife. I'm going to cut open Stalker. This is the first retro figure that I've actually opened. So I'm going to check this out. And then after that, I think I will go ahead and open this bad boy. This has been sitting on my shelf for quite a while. Kevin from the YouTube show Peg Warmers, that's another YouTube show you should check out. When I was able to meet up with him and connect with him on my trip, the trip I recently took to the Northeast, he gifted me a retro Stalker. This is not the one. I'm going to keep the one that he gave me pristine and on the card. But this is an extra one that was on sale, and I wanted to open it. So I'm going to carefully cut the bubble off of this and try not to cut my fingers off. That would be a hell of a way to start 2022, wouldn't it? With a trip to the emergency room. With the way the last year has gone, I wouldn't be a bit surprised. Would not be a bit surprised if I started the new year with a bleeding wound. All right, about got it. Okay, so, yes, all right. So, the blister is now free from the card. The card has this really nice classic artwork, slightly updated Hector Garrido card art, but like all blown up and zoomed in, so it takes up like the entire card face. That's really cool. On the back we have reminiscent of the classic cross-sell. We also have a file card with very abbreviated text in numerous languages. I know this is done so they can market this in multiple countries without having to print new cards, but that's not much of a file card. I guess it's better than no file card. With these guys, we get no file card, so I guess it's better than none. Hello, Turtle Dave. I don't think I said hello to you. And hello, Tony Jackson. Welcome. Tony Jackson is viewing from work. I completely approve the slacking off at work on New Year's Eve to join the show. Totally approved. And if your boss has a problem with it, just let him know that I said it was okay. So I'm sure that'll be fine. So for now, we are opening this retro Stalker. And this has like plastic on the inside and outside. It's kind of sandwiched in, so we will take off the front plastic. And it looks like we have, this is where I need to put on my specs, my Professor Grandpa glasses. A Comic Trope says, I wish the classified figures had updated file cards. Me too. I think if they did the file cards, unfortunately, they probably look like that. The closest they have to file cards on the classified series is like the symbols that represent the specialties, and you can go on the website and look up what they actually mean. I can't be bothered to do that, so I just kind of make it up myself. Tony says, I'm the boss. See? So the boss does approve. The boss does approve. Hello, Bomber Monk. Happy 2022. Happy New Year to you. I've still got about just over 45 minutes to go until it's New Year for me. So after it actually ticks over to the New Year, I will stay on for another hour. So it'll be 1 a.m. here. And I wish I could stay until it's midnight on the American West Coast, but I am going to be lucky to make it to 1 a.m. here. That'd be 2 a.m. here, and I do not think I would survive that. So I'm going as long as I can because I want to wish as many of you as possible a Happy New Year. It's got to be better. It's got to be better. Okay, so I'm just pulling. I just pulled the accessories out. Let me pop the figure out, and there is actually this figure stand. No, the figure stand does not come out the back. There we go. We have figure. We have figure stand. There we go. So we have defiled our first sealed action figure. De-virginizing it, ripping it off the card, and let's take a moment to take a look at the figure itself. We have nice details, nice camouflage pattern. It's a modern interpretation of the original 82 figure. So if you're doing an 82 figure, I mean, there are only so many details you can put on it, but they did the details pretty well. You've got the black straps on the chest. You've got the camouflage pattern on the uniform, pouches and boots and stuff as you would expect. You've got the beret. I do like that the beret is molded on. Helmets, I do want to be removable. Small, tiny hats, though, are just bound to get lost. One thing I have noticed is that he's a little bow-legged. His legs seem to have gotten a little bent in the packaging, so that'll probably straighten out eventually. Or I could, use a blow dryer or hot water to soften the plastic, which I may do later. So let's look at his accessories. Let's see here. He's got this tiny little knife, which I believe there is a space for. Am I right? I thought there was a space for this knife on the figure. There probably is, I'm just not seeing it. I know there's a holster. He's got this extremely tiny little pistol, and there is a holster for that. 1 second here. Try to hold this up so you can see. Okay, so this is one really nice thing about modern figures is working holsters. That is really cool. What am I missing? I wanna be in on the conversation too. Hello, the real Aaron Collins. A lot of modern era figures look nice, however, I prefer O-ring style. Me too. I completely agree with that. Let's see. I think, there's where the knife goes. Let's see. On the card art, the knife goes in from underneath. So, yeah, I think that's how it's supposed to go. So, we've got a space for the knife there. Very nice. Yep. And he's got two weapons. He's got this, which is kind of an update of his classic submachine gun, his vintage accessory, and then he's got this this grease gun, which is fine, but I honestly just one accessory would be fine. Giving him more stuff than he can hold, I think, is just is overkill. So I'm going to give him his vintage accessory here, his pulverizer submachine gun. Hello, Megatech Body. These do pair well with other lines, however, such as Joy Toy. Yes. So that is something to keep in mind. I will always prefer the vintage O-ring figures, but if your mode of collecting includes other 1/18th scale toys, modern G.I. Joes do go really well with those. And there are a number of figures, vehicles, and just other series and lines that are made in that scale. There is, wow. There's like a thigh cut. That's pretty good articulation on this guy. I'm impressed. I am impressed. I also do like that the way the waist piece is made, he can stand pretty well upright, and he should be able to like sit pretty well. On some modern figures, when you put them in a sitting position, the legs are like that. That's better. That's not bad. So yeah, hello, Blue Pen. I don't think I said hello to you, but hello. Thank you for joining, and I hope I didn't miss anybody. And then finally we have the figure stand, and this is something that's nice. It's nice to get figure stands. So let's put them on the stand. I do like this. I do like it. It's a good, solid figure. I wish I had pulled out the 25th anniversary Stalker to compare them side by side. I will say, just based on my memory, I think the colors on this more closely match the vintage figure. So that's nice. Removable knife, removable pistol. He's got an updated, kind of a fatter version of his vintage accessory. I like it. I do. Yeah, not bad. So that was cool. That's cool. We still have time. So in that time, I think we should open this. This I've been very curious about. This is Snake's Supreme Cobra Commander. Got this from Hasbro Pulse a long time ago, and Rob Irizarry says Stalker is one of the better ones. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool, and I'm not an expert on the retro line. I really only have the vehicles other than the Stalker here, but I have to say the Stalker looks pretty good. I've had this for a long time, never opened it, so let's crack it open. Let's do this. I do want to do this figure for a Class of Fridays sometime in the near future. So, before I review it, I got to look at it. I got to know what I'm going to say about it. So this has a sleeve, and this has some really nice die-cut cardboard on the back. Nicely printed, very elaborate design. I do like that a lot. I like that very much. Now I know the body of this figure is going to be basically the same as the standard release Cobra Commander, but the deco on it is vastly different. So let's take a look at it. Yes, G.I. Joe sure allowed a lot of facial hair. Now, you may think that, okay, small tangent, you may think that that's unrealistic, but especially in the Vietnam era, a lot of Special Forces units, and in fact, I think it's even true now, a lot of Special Forces units had exceptions for uniform variations, facial hair variations. They had some leeway to have some additional facial hair. So let's pull it. Hey, that's a cool effect. This is a cool effect when you pull this up. That's really cool. I like that. So you pull this sleeve off, and then this has more die cut cardboard here in the back, and I believe to open it, yes, it splits to reveal the figure inside. And this is figure number 9 in the series. And yeah, let's take it out. This is really cool. So I don't think I need to take the plastic out in order to get the figure out. I will try to do this in a way that doesn't cause a lot of plastic crinkling next to the microphone. I'll do my best. If you get some loud crinkling, I apologize. All right. Hang on a second here. It's coming. It's coming. Okay. Almost out. I can see the head. There we go. Oh yeah, okay. So he's got a long soft goods cape with like it's got like a forked snake tongue look to it. That's okay, I'm digging this. And it has like a snakeskin pattern on the back. Okay. Look, I am critical of these things, right? I point out all of their flaws, and I try not to get too infatuated with these things so I can look at them objectively, but it's hard for me not to like this. This is like special effort here. This is really cool. And let's see, he's got some little cobras on the shoulders here, and I think that's supposed to pull forward. Yeah, I think that's how it's supposed to go. Well, it should be a little more even, but... let me get the accessories out. Hang on. Bear with me, bear with me. Let's see. Slipstream. Yes, Comic Tropes Slipstream does in fact have a mustache. You are correct about that. Let's see here. Okay. Come on. Ah, okay. So I got the sword out. This this snake head sword. Wow, I cannot get a close up on that, can I? Okay, so he came with the sword. All right. And let's get this one out next. He came with a snake head scepter. Yeah, Cobra is very committed to the snake theming. They chose the name Cobra, and they are really driving that home with their branding. Okay, and this is kind of cool. He comes with a little... Come on. A little globe. If I can get it. Wow, I launched it. Fortunately, it didn't, like, fly and get lost forever, but it's... Let's see, which way is up? I don't know, but... He comes with this little globe so he can hold the world in the palm of his hands, like Dr. Evil. And he has... I think this is the most important accessory. Hold on. There we go. He has a gold laser pistol, and this is... similar to his classic Venom laser pistol that the first version of Cobra Commander had. Actually, the second version of Cobra Commander had it as well. It's a bit updated. It has an angled grip. The original had a straight up and down grip. And the other two accessories are a couple extra hands. If I can get these out... It's packaged well, I'll give him that. One is a fist. And... there we go. The other one is a pointy finger. My finger points. There we go. So that's everything. So I can... close that back up like some kind of sarcophagus. And let's see, I'm not going to attempt to put the alternate hands on right now. I'm always kind of on the fence on whether hello Rodimus, how do you do? I don't think I saw you come in, so hello to you and thank you for joining. I'm always on the fence on whether or not I like these extra hands that come with a lot of modern figures. I know that you can do more with them. You can put them in specific poses, and that's cool. But, better put them back in the package if you're not using them, because these will get lost. Okay, so he has a sheath for his sword. Let's go ahead and slide that. Make sure I'm doing it right. Slide that in, like so. It goes in further than that. Nope, that's it. Okay. So he can hold his sword like that. And he's got a holster, which I assume fits... Let me get it on your side. Which I assume fits the laser pistol. Let's put that in. Comic Trope says, is it weird that we'll get Crocmaster before, say, Shipwreck? Yeah, it's a little weird. The character selection for the classified figure series is intriguing. I would be I'd love to be a fly on the wall in the meetings where they decide which figures are going to be in the series. Somebody must have been a Crocmaster fan. For one of those guys, Crocmaster must have been his or her favorite figure. All right, so that fits. He's got a holster for his pistol. The vintage version 1 figure also sort of had a holster for the pistol. He had a charging pack on his back, and you could plug the pistol in there. And let's see, he can hold his scepter in this hand. This may take some effort here. Hang on. Photo Viper Coco always looks good in black and red. Rodimus, there are lots of figures that never had second versions. That is true, and there is a review that I'm hoping will come up sometime in 2022 where I would like to address that specific issue, actually. Crocmaster is a mix between Killer Croc and Bane. Yeah, it kind of does have that look, yeah. Hello, Gussie Goro. I don't think I said hello to you, so hello and welcome. Thank you for joining. So there's, most of the accessories. The other accessory is this globe, and this hand has like the grasping claw fingers, which I guess you should be able to fit the globe in. So let's see. Let me try to fit it with with the North Pole at the top, or at least as close as I can get. Hey, it actually does kind of... Whoa, okay. Spoke too soon. It kind of fits. It fits a little better than I was expecting. I was expecting him to not be able to grip it at all, but he actually can grip it reasonably well. So that's that is Snake Supreme Cobra Commander. Let's take a look at it a little bit. He's got a black molded in Cobra emblem. He's got this really cool pattern on his chest, on the front of his uniform. I like the gold. The gold and the darker blue is reminiscent of version 2 of Cobra Commander, the hooded version. And I was kind of expecting them to have an alternate head for this figure with the hood. I do hope they release a hooded version of Cobra Commander at some point. I kind of get why they're doing the face-plated Cobra Commander. That was version 1. And probably this is the look that most people associate with Cobra Commander. Even so, I'd like to get a hood as an alternate version, and I would totally put it on this figure. I think that would work really well. The gold and the red with the dark blue and black is pretty gorgeous. Not sure about the red boot toes. That's maybe a bit much on the red, but still, it's okay. It doesn't take away from the figure as a whole. But the colors go extremely well together, and I dig that cape. This is, when the troops are assembled and Cobra Commander is going to give them a motivational speech before they attack G.I. Joe headquarters, this is what he wears. This is what he's going to wear to instill a sense of loyalty and to evoke grandeur. That is what this figure is, and it's really cool. It's really cool. So yeah, this has just been sitting on my shelf for the longest time. Everyone wants Gristle in classified form. Absolutely. If we don't get a Gristle classified action figure, I'm giving up on G.I. Joe forever. Rodimus says, Hoodie was my favorite version along with the Battle Armor version, as goofy as it was. The Battle Armor version, that was an interesting figure. It certainly isn't my favorite, but it has an intriguing pedigree. And this is something that I do like about a lot of G.I. Joe, is that even parts of it that, aren't necessarily my favorite, even parts of G.I. Joe that I don't necessarily like, it still has an interesting background. It still has a place in the history. And the Battle Armor Cobra Commander has a very fascinating place in the history. Yeah, so there you go. Interesting, very interesting figure. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good detail on that helmet. I know that not everybody likes the shape of this helmet, and I do kind of get that. But they're trying to hit those angles and the points a little bit. It's maybe a little bit exaggerated, but it's okay. I approve. An actual reflective faceplate, though, that would have been a nice bonus. I would have gone for that, like a vac metallized faceplate. Riptide Battle Armor Cobra Commander. At least, okay, it was the real, in the comic book series, it was the real Cobra Commander for a couple episodes, but after that, it was the imposter Cobra Commander that took over the Battle Armor, and that coincided with my favorite arc in the comic book, which was the Cobra Civil War. I still like going back and looking at the Cobra Civil War. I loved it at the time, and I still think it's really great. Maybe it's not like plot heavy. Maybe it doesn't move the overall story ahead very much, although it does move it ahead a bit. There are some monumental events in that war, but it involved everything, and it was just like a bunch of huge battles, and it really reminded me of Playtime with the figures. That was a lot of fun. I like that very much. Anyway, so there's that. Yeah. Anyway, so okay. So this eventually, hopefully in the near future, will be a Class of Fridays review. It is okay. Here's something we're going to cover in the review. Can I get him to stand up? Oh, he stands. All is well. The figure stands up. All right. So I got about 25 minutes until this abomination of a year finally lets go, gives up the ghost, and we can try it again with another trip around the sun. Anyway, sorry, let me try to catch up with the live chat a little bit. It's hard for me to keep track of the live chat when I'm looking at something or showing off something, so I miss a lot. So sorry about that. Lots of yes. If you're a fan of the animated series, Photo Viper is correct. In the Deke era of the animated series, the battle armor Cobra Commander is in that series. Surprisingly, because the figure had been discontinued by then. So, I mean, they were kind of advertising a figure in the animated series that you could not go out and buy. It was not on the pegs at the time. The Deke animated series, I think, started in '89 with Operation Dragonfire, and kind of picked up again, I think, in 1990. But the Battle Armor Cobra Commander figure, I think, was 87 and 88. So by 89, that figure was done. Okay. So I guess we're talking about Moon Knight a little bit. I'm a marginal fan of Moon Knight. I did not. I know that you guys are probably talking about Moon Knight in relation to something to do with Cobra Commander, but Moon Knight is not a series that I read a lot, but I was aware of it at least back when I was reading a lot of comic books. But Comic Tropes would know. Comic Tropes knows everything. So somebody's had a few drinks. Well, I guess tonight's the night to do it. Sunbow Cobra Commander design number 1 for me. Sunbow Cobra Commander, let's see, he had both the hood and the faceplate in the early series. But there were some tweaks to the uniform. He did have the stirrups, the boot covers that the vintage figure had, is my recollection. But he also had the long gloves. He did not have the charging pack on the uniform, but other than that, I think it was mostly pretty faithful to the vintage figure in the Sunbow series. And of course, voiced by the legendary, the late Chris Latta, doing a voice very similar to Starscream. A lot of people say that it's exactly like Starscream. It's very similar to Starscream, but I think he tweaked it a little bit for Cobra Commander. And I'm not drinking. I do not drink alcohol at this time in my life, so I'm enjoying water. Not too flavorful. I'm not riding off to flavor country with this beverage, but it's keeping my voice going at least a little bit longer. This is the downside. Honestly, I love doing the live streams. It actually kind of refreshes me a little bit. I always think that it's going to be really tiring being online for so long, but I always feel refreshed when I do it. So I think the energy level is not the thing that makes me eventually have to stop doing the live stream. It's the voice. My voice starts to go out, and we are in hour 3 of the live stream, and I can already feel my vocal cords starting to give way. So we're going to make it, though. I've got 20 minutes before I can say goodbye to 2021 and hello to 2022, and I will stay on for another hour after that. And I think it's going to be just us talking, because I've already... Oh, wait, no, I haven't gone through all the activities. Where's the book? My first activity, my first thing for 2022 will be to do story time with this, which will not do any favors to my voice, but it'll still be a good thing to do for the first thing of the new year. Let's see. Let's see. Cobra starts with a K. I definitely have missed some of the conversation. Sorry about that. Photo Viper is having cherry Pepsi. Photo Viper is being wild and crazy with the cherry Pepsi. I do have a Pepsi, and I haven't gotten up. I have been sitting here since we started. I thought I was going to take several breaks. In fact, I made this sign to put up for when I needed to take a break, but I haven't had to take a break yet. Maybe I'll take a break after the hour. Hello, Carlo. Happy New Year from the Philippines. Happy New Year, the Philippines from the United States, and thank you for joining. So you guys are talking about a DC comic with a Cobra with a K. Also more, oh yeah, Cobra is more of a religious cult. Okay, alright, I gotcha. What was Cartoon Destro's accent? Caribbean. I don't know that he had necessarily an identifiable accent, but Arthur Burkhart, who did the voice, I think was just going for like a deep, commanding voice. I think was his intent and motivation. Comic Trope says Cobra is different from Cobra. Cobra with a K is different from Cobra with a C. If anything, Cobra was Hydra, but since Marvel helped develop it, everything was kosher. Yeah, I think my understanding is that Cobra was going to be a lot like Hydra. It was kind of an idea that was borrowed and adapted. And you can see a lot of similarities to Hydra in those early comic books. I think over time, I think it kind of diverged and kind of did its own thing. But Marvel had to come up with an idea for bad guys and had to do it kind of in a pinch. So they worked with what they had. And I think Archie Goodwin is not necessarily the person that came up with the idea of Cobra, but he is the one who gave Cobra the name. Incinerators are cool, but what's the point of Nitro Vipers? Intriguing question. Peter Ung, what is Cobra's ideology? Ruling the world, that's it. That's actually kind of an interesting development in Cobra. This is kind of how Cobra evolved, and I'm talking kind of in the comic books. In the animated series, it had a totally different track. In the comic book, it had like a mix of both far right wing and far left wing ideologies. They were definitely more political than they were like a religious cult, but their ideology is kind of muddled. If you know anything about political science and like comparative political ideologies, you can identify like several different tenets of different ideologies within Cobra. And I think the unifying factor in all of Cobra's mixed ideologies is Larry Hama. I think Cobra had whatever ideology Larry Hama wanted to comment on, basically. And for that reason, it shifts. It's different from issue to issue. And sometimes it's kind of explicitly stated. Other times it's more subtle. But I think you kind of have to understand it. I think you kind of have to step away from like an in-universe explanation and instead look at the writer. And it's really more about what the writer wanted to say than necessarily building a coherent ideology for Cobra. I think you got to look to Larry. That would be my answer. Yeah, Comic Tropes is right. I don't know if anybody brought up. I guess somebody brought up the Punisher. Yeah, and the Punisher was a soldier before he became the Punisher, but whether or not you think the Punisher was justified in his extreme tactics against criminals, G.I. Joe. I mean, they're not law enforcement, but they are very much agents of the federal government, so they would not be on the Punisher's side. That, unfortunately, that's not something that they could not overlook. The Punisher's extra legal methods of punishing criminals. Let's see, Marvel characters that would work well with G.I. Joe would be Captain America and S.H.I.E.L.D. Guys like Nick Fury, Falcon, and Sharon Carter. Yeah, Timmer. Hey, this is a good opportunity for me to talk about Timmer, another friend and YouTube personality that I like and appreciate very much. He did an episode on, whether Captain America would fit within G.I. Joe. So he did a video on that, and that is something that you can check out if you would like some extra commentary about that specific thing. Hang on. Yeah, so it's pardon me. It is a holiday, so I'm getting messages from friends and whatnot. So maybe slightly distracted for a little bit. Comic Tropes loves Destro. Well, if you love him so much, why don't you marry him? Destro is a great character. Destro is a fascinating character. I think the antagonism between Destro and Cobra Commander added a new dimension to Cobra and to the bad guys that made them a lot more interesting. Chuckles is an undercover agent. You basically a spy. Mace as well. Mace, which should have been Chuckles version 2. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean there is that G.I. Joe is primarily military, right? But they have intelligence officers on the team. So there is definitely an intelligence gathering aspect to what they do. And those characters like Chuckles, like Mace, I think even Scarlet and Lady J as well, would you could imagine them as like liaisons with an organization like S.H.I.E.L.D. It kind of S.H.I.E.L.D. and G.I. Joe, they're kind of two sides of a coin, right? G.I. Joe is primarily a combat unit, an anti-terrorism unit that is primarily military, but they have an espionage faction or aspect to what they do. S.H.I.E.L.D. is primarily an espionage or spy organization, but they also have military activities, and they have a military wing to them. So they're kind of like G.I. Joe is like 80-20 military to spy stuff, and S.H.I.E.L.D. is like 80-20 spy stuff to military stuff. They do complement, and they kind of overlap a little bit. It was a choice in the 80s to not make G.I. Joe part of the Marvel Universe. In a way, I'm kind of glad that they did, because they were able to kind of forge their own mythos, forge their own universe outside, not beholden to any continuity in Marvel. On the other hand, if they had made it part of the Marvel Universe, we could have gotten some matchups. We could have gotten some crossovers with S.H.I.E.L.D. and whatnot. Now, that would have made licensing really complicated. That would have made it really complicated for somebody like IDW to come back later and reprint the series in collected volumes, because you would have Spider-Man, famously, as Transformers did. Transformers had Marvel characters in the comic book series. That is a choice that the Transformers series made, but G.I. Joe did not. See, I forgot the issue off the top of my head, but I have a video about it called Rare G.I. Joe Comic. Oh, yeah, I think that was one that you did for a Cobra Convergence one of those years. Do check out Comic Tropes, by the way, if you would like some comic book knowledge. Excellent YouTube channel and a really good guy. I agree with Sean. I am glad that they decided to let G.I. Joe have its own space and to build its own universe. I do like that. Comic Tropes, the rumor is IDW is about to lose the G.I. Joe and Transformers licenses to Robert Kirkman. That is the rumor. I'm intrigued to see if that would happen and see what would happen if that occurs. It could be interesting. I don't know, it could be a shot in the arm for G.I. Joe. We know that Hasbro is actively marketing G.I. Joe. Hasbro is doing something with the brand, which they had not done for quite a while. Yeah, it was for Cobra Convergence, and I don't remember which one it was. I guess I could look it up. Man, I've got a lot of notices. Lots of people sending messages and posting things on this fine holiday. Oh, we got like 8 minutes. I won't look it up right now. I do want to observe the passage of the year. I don't want to miss that. I don't want to miss it. Did G.I. Joe have any Coast Guard? You already got answers. Cutter was Coast Guard. Yes, Cutter was Coast Guard. Which actually surprised me. I had forgotten that before I got Cutter. Topside, I'm pretty sure, was Navy. In fact, I think he has a life vest that says Navy. But Cutter was Coast Guard. That is a fact that I had forgotten until I got the figure and the file card. And it's like, oh, hey, okay. So G.I. Joe has a guy from the Coast Guard. That's all right. Yeah. Thank you, Comic Tropes. I appreciate it. I like you too. And thank you everyone for being here. This has been really nice. We've actually maintained a pretty large audience for pretty late into the night. I really kind of assumed it would just be a few people here because, I mean, it's New Year's Eve. You guys will have your own festivities and, family activities to do. But I'm really grateful that you guys showed up. I have you guys. You are what I have for New Year's Eve, and I'm really grateful to have you here. I'm very, very grateful to have you here. Let's see. And hello, Mickey. I don't know if I said hello to you, but hello. It's crazy to me that IDW hasn't kept the G.I. Joe trade paperbacks in print. Yeah, the prices on those have gone a little bit ridiculous, especially on like the last few volumes of it. The prices are nutso. Fortunately, I have the Marvel run in the original printings now. Before I had that, I was looking at getting the IDW reprints, and the last couple volumes are nuts. They are crazy expensive. And the original comic books, if you want to get the original issues, the prices on those are crazy. In the last year, the series was kind of waning in popularity, so the printing, the print runs were lower. They just made fewer of them, so they're kind of scarce. And the last couple issues, like 154 and 155, they go for a lot of money now. They are really rare, and I have them, and I have read them, and 155 is a great issue. That's a really nice way to send off the series. For a few issues before that, though, they're pretty rough. They're not good, and I hopefully I'm not stepping on any toes here if anybody really loves issues like 153 and 154, but those last few issues were not great, and I have to wonder if maybe like the writing was on the wall that the series was winding down. I am really happy though with how Larry ended the Marvel series. The letter from Snake Eyes issue, I think, was just great. It was appropriate. It was the best way to it was the best way to send it off. It was an issue that actually said something. So yeah. The before that though, the last few issues are pretty rough. I don't know if you have a chance to read them, certainly read them. If you are a comic book collector and you want to have a complete run of the Marvel series, those issues will set you back. They really didn't make a lot of them. But when you read them, you're like, yeah, okay. Dave said he just bought 145. I don't remember what... I've read the whole series a few times, but I've read like the first half of the series a lot more than I've read the last half. So I don't remember like the last half of the series nearly as well as the first half. By then I'd kind of gotten out of G.I. Joe. I kind of got into other comics at about that time. So this is how Marvel Comics hooked a lot of people. Because even though G.I. Joe was not in the Marvel continuity, they were still Marvel Comics. So they still had all the ads and, Stan's soapbox and bullpen bulletins and all of that. So you were kind of primed to be a Marvel fan by reading G.I. Joe, even if you didn't read any other Marvel comics. So if you move away from G.I. Joe, but you still want to read comics, what are you going to pick up? Well, probably you're going to pick up the comic books that you've seen advertised hundreds of times in your G.I. Joe comics, which is exactly what I did. Later, I expanded and I got some more DC comics and some other, independent titles. But my first experience with comic books post G.I. Joe was definitely with Marvel, and that advertisement didn't hurt. Yes, 1 minute. Thank you, WWJD. 1 minute to midnight. Let's not miss it. Let's finally kick 2021 to the curb. It is time to be over with this year. What a mess of a year. 2022, it's got to be better. It's got to be better. Thank you, Comic Tropes. Happy New Year to you as well. I'm about to officially say Happy New Year in less than a minute. It is 11:59 by my clock. I know you can't see that because it just reflected on the screen. But any second now is going to be... Right now, it just happened. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to all of you. Happy 2022. To hell with 2021. We are done. Because there's lag here. I can see on this screen that there's lag. So you're seeing this actually a few seconds after midnight. But finally. Can we all just agree to not talk about 2021? Can we just kind of sweep that one under the rug? Fresh start. It's a fresh start. Hello, Garcia Gung Fu. Happy New Year's to you. Happy Nightwing. Hello. 2020. Yes. 2200 hours is here. Yes, it is here. Thank you. Happy New Year to everyone in the U.S. Central Time Zone. and presumably to part of Canada and Mexico as well, and South America. Basically, everyone who has just passed midnight. Happy New Year. I'm going to celebrate with water in a hideaway pizza cup. It was a free cup. I didn't plan this very well, obviously, but cheers. Happy New Year to you. Conspiratorial Gamer, hello and Happy New Year from Australia. Happy New Year, Australia, from the United States. I imagine it's been New Year for you for quite some time. But Happy New Year to you. I don't think I said hello when you came in, but hello and thank you for joining. The generation that grew up with original ARAH is middle-aged now, and they're in their financial prime. Yeah, I think that's one reason why you're seeing a lot of boost in prices. Interest in G.I. Joe will begin to wane from this point forward without an innovative brand relaunch. That is almost true. I think there is one caveat that I would add to that, and that is this. G.I. Joe continued into about the mid-90s. So there is a younger generation from that original Real American Hero line that will continue to come into the fandom in the coming years. Believe it or not, there are people who got into G.I. Joe and started their G.I. Joe experience in the 90s. And all those things that 80s G.I. Joe fans are not a fan of, these guys are a fan of those. And so there are still a few people who were very young in the early to mid 90s who are going to be coming into that demographic, who are, now just starting to reach that age where they have the disposable income. So they will come in. There is room to expand. There will be a few more come in. However, you are correct in this sense that there's not really much of a younger generation after that. So for G.I. Joe to carry forward for years to come, you've got to entice young people now into, some form of G.I. Joe that appeals to them. Things like Snake's Supreme Cobra Commander, which is absolutely awesome. This is made entirely to appeal to people my age. A kid isn't necessarily going to know what this is, and this is probably outside of a kid's price range anyway. The retro figures, more affordable, but, still, it's retro, meaning it's marketed to people my age. I think there was a hope that a series of G.I. Joe movies starting with Snake Eyes might be that shot in the arm to bring in that next generation, but Snake Eyes needed to have a much broader appeal than it did in order for that to be successful. Robert Irizarry says a 12-year run for a toy line is epic in an industry where 3 years is a smashing success. That's 100% correct. And we should keep that in mind, that a 12-year toy run is amazing. Now, it's not Barbie, right? It's not evergreen. It's not. It doesn't have a consistent continuity going all the way back to the 60s. It took a couple of breaks, but 12 years is great. You normally expect to get 3 years out of a successful toy line. 3 years. Kids that start on year 1 have grown out of it by year 3. So even in the best case scenario, 3 years is optimistic for a line of toys. Even if you got a cartoon, even if you got all this media, 3 years is the rule of thumb. So the fact that G.I. Joe and Transformers had runs significantly longer than 3 years means that those are like wildly successful. Nightwing kind of points out one issue, and that is that kids don't buy toys like they used to. Now, younger kids do still play with toys, probably younger than you would expect to be interested in G.I. Joe, but younger kids do, and there is still a pretty good market for toys marketed to girls. But given that, I mean, I have kids, and I can vouch for the fact that kids are not as into plastic as they were when we were younger. So if you're going to get young people interested, you're probably going to have to look at other ways to do it. Ways other than, plastic. You probably still have the plastic, Your hope is to still have toys. But the plastic may not be the primary thing that it's centered around. So things to think about. And I think a lot of people have some interesting ideas about what to do with G.I. Joe to appeal to younger people. People like me, I mean, I know that I've got the gray hair and everything, and I have to wear my Professor Grandpa glasses to read, but we still have a few good years in us, so we still get stuff like this for quite a while. But if there is to be a next generation of G.I. Joe fans, then they're going to have to innovate, and they're going to have to come up with something new, and that's not so easy. There are lots of ideas and there are lots of possibilities, but what's the right idea? That is if you had the burden of choosing a new direction of G.I. Joe to bring in new fans, and you've got all these competing possibilities, these competing ideas, There are very few ways to do it right and a lot of ways to do it wrong, and a lot of risk involved in any choice that you make. I don't know that I would want to make that decision. I don't know if I would want to be that guy. But you know what I do want to do? I want to have story time. Who's ready for story time? Huh? All right. So I'm taking that as yes, we're ready for story time. So what we're going to do is we are going to read this G.I. Joe Find Your Fate book, Operation Mindbender by R.L. Stine. Yes, that R.L. Stine. And this is one of those books where at the bottom of certain pages you have to make a choice, and depending on what choice you make, you turn to a specific page to find out how it turns out. That's how you find your fate. So the way we do this is I read this badly with a lot of stuttering. And when we get to a page, for instance, page 5 here has a choice, and it tells us which page to turn to. I will tell you what the choices are. I will tell you what the pages are. And you help choose by typing into the live chat the page that you would like us to turn to. And then I look at the live chat, which again, there's lag, unfortunately, but I look at the live chat and I take a very unscientific poll about which one wins. Whichever one I think I see more of, that one wins. It's completely unscientific and is probably wrong most of the time, especially if it's really close and I can't really decide and I can't count fast enough. It's just I do the best I can. Just whichever one that I think wins, and then we turn to that page and we keep making choices until we either win or die. And that is a distinct possibility because there is death in these books. People die in these books. Remarkably violent for for a children's series. Now, as this says, it's even marked on here. Young adult. Young adult. So what does that mean? So like you're 19. These are marketed toward 19 years old, because that would be a young adult. But for those of us who are children, this is very shocking. It's a very violent series. But so we could have a possibility that we die. Killer Weezer is predicting that at 12:34 we die. Now, I'm going to start out by saying I refuse to accept this as an omen for how the year is going to go. Okay? So just if we die, that does not mean that 2022 is going to suck. Okay? So don't take it any way. Okay? It's just a book. It's just a book. It's not an omen. All right? These are not tea leaves. This does not predict our future. So that's, I'm just trying to take the pressure off of you. I'm trying to take the pressure off. Don't feel like we need to succeed, or this brand new year is going to be trash. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, so let's do this. Which is the Choose Your Own Adventure, where Duke tosses the grenade at you in the meeting. Right, there is one. I don't remember which one that was. I don't think it's this one though. But that is something that happened in one of these books. Like there in the meeting, just for a lark, Duke tosses a grenade. It's man, that G.I. Joe is a really tough unit. So now Megatech is worried. It's fine. Hello, James Schultz. Welcome. You haven't missed anything. We're about to start the story. Actually, you missed a lot. We had Mike from What's on Joe Mind here, and we had Cujo from G.I. Joeberg here, and we've had a really nice talk with everyone. We opened a retro Stalker, and we opened Snake Supreme Cobra Commander. We also looked at the 1994 Star Brigade figures, and now we are going to do story time. So let's get started. We've built up to it. Let's do it. We're gonna start immediately. I should do this like the Princess Bride, like Peter Falk. G.I. Joe Operation Mindbender by R.L. Stein. Chapter 1. Slap. That's how it starts. It starts with the slap. Slap! The sound causes you to drop your sniper rifle. We're a sniper in this series. Instantly, you grab it up from the marshy ground. You spin around, finger on the trigger to see what made the slapping noise. Wow, you really on edge if a slap sound makes you drop your rifle. Relax, Commando, Leatherneck tells you with a frown. That was just me slapping a mosquito. Wow, you really are on edge if your teammate slapping a mosquito causes you to drop your rifle. Good thing it didn't discharge. Could have hurt somebody. Sure, I'm nervous, you admit, lowering the rifle. You peer through the tangled forest of trees. We've been on this island for 4 hours, and all we've seen are mosquitoes. Well, 4 hours. That's pretty rough. You might miss lunch. And where are Airtight and Beachhead? Hey, it's Beachhead. Beachhead is here. Beachhead. They were supposed to scout up ahead and report back. Why aren't they back? Leatherneck scowls and wipes the sweat from his thick mustache. Thick, luxurious mustache. You want my opinion? No, you say, grinning, but I'm sure I'm going to hear it anyway. Leatherneck ignores your joke. It wasn't funny. That's why he's ignoring it. He always does, because you're not funny. I think Hawk is getting soft in the head now that they made him a big shot general. I think he sent us on this stupid mosquito to this stupid mosquito trap island for nothing. And we do have an illustration. I think the little white kid there is supposed to be us. And that's Leatherneck. Not a bad drawing of Leatherneck. It's not bad. Pretty good illustration. All right, so we turn to page 6. Page 6. Page 6. Okay. No choices yet. No choices at the end of page 6. Be prepared, though. We will have a choice eventually in this book. A beautiful red macaw soars from a tree limb above your heads. The rhythmic flapping of its wide wings is the only sound to break the stillness in this South Pacific island forest. You know the official word, you tell Leatherneck. Army spy planes picked up signs of some sort of military activity on this island. Maybe Cobra is up to something. Maybe it isn't Cobra. Hawk thought it was important enough to send us here to check it out. Leatherneck scowls again. It is the natural expression on his face. You realize you've never seen this tough old Marine smile. Well, he just doesn't like you. He smiles all the time. He's just annoyed at your stupid jokes. Hawk just wants to impress the cigar chompers in D.C., he says, frowning. Maybe they'll pin another shiny star on his chest if there's room. He swats another mosquito. Hey, Leatherneck, you say, you're not bitter, are you? He glares at you. Bitter? Listen, kid, I was born sucking lemons. That's an expression. I was born sucking lemons. You start to reply, but you hear other sounds. Hit the ground, you tell him. Someone's coming. Page 52. Page 52. 52. Gotta go all the way into the back. Yeah. Oh, past it. Still no choice. Still no choice at the end of page 52. Let's continue. Both of you drop to the soft ground, your rifles gripped tightly, your eyes searching the thick foliage. A bird shrieks a warning above your heads. You ignore its shrill cry, keeping your eyes straight ahead on the sounds of approaching footsteps. As the sounds of approaching footsteps grow louder, suddenly 2 figures appear a few yards ahead. Airtight! Beachhead! You cry, leaping to your feet. Over here! Wow. I hope there are no enemy anywhere nearby. Hearing you jump up and yell, hey, Airtight and Beachhead, over here. Over here. By the way, any bad guys? This is where you want to shoot. Over here. Where have you guys been? Leatherneck demands angrily. You stop off at the country club for a swim? See, now Leatherneck has the bad jokes. Your 2 comrades walk quickly toward you without replying. Their expressions are grim. Their eyes stare at you strangely. Have they found something up ahead? You guys see anything, you ask? Yeah, I thought I brought you something, Airtight says. It's this. He pulls back his right arm and brings his fist forward with all his might against your chin. You just got punched by Airtight. Turn to page 13. Hopefully 13 has an option for us. So Find Your Fate book. We're supposed to have some choices to make. No choices at the end of page 13. Look, R.L. Stine, if you wanted to just write a little novella, then just write it. Right? Then this is we're supposed to make the choices in here. Come on, give us an option. Give us an option. You don't have the time to think about the small crafts. What? Did I turn to the wrong... Hold on. Yeah, I did turn to the wrong page. All right, sorry. I started reading page 12. It's page 13. You stumble backward in pain. You too stunned to utter a cry of protest. The sky spins above your eyes. When you can focus again, you see that Beachhead has swung the butt of his rifle into Leatherneck's stomach. Leatherneck groans and lurches to the ground. What's going on here? Why are your buddies attacking you? You decide there's only one way to find out. You're going to have to defeat them first. Your jaw still throbbing with pain, you leap onto Beachhead's back and push him to the ground. He rolls free and dives at you, but he leaps. He rolls free and dives at you, but he leaps right into your fist. Okay, that was an odd sentence. Sorry. You hesitate for a second. You can't believe you're battling your friend. But then you let him have it again and again. He slumps to the ground, dazed and groaning. You just beat up Beachhead. Wow, okay. You turn and see that Leatherneck has managed to subdue Airtight. Well, okay, that's not too hard. That's Airtight. Airtight's nose is bleeding. Leatherneck appears to be trying to twist his arm off. Airtight, if this is one of your idiot practical jokes, I still ain't gonna say I'm sorry, he growls. Knock it off, you cry, rubbing your aching jaw. What's with you guys anyway? Excuse me. Turn to page 24. My voice is barely gonna make it through this. Page 24. Here we go. Though they are beaten, Beachhead and Airtight continue to struggle, and you are forced to tie them up. Kinky. They pull against the ropes, refusing to answer any of your questions. You get the feeling that they don't really recognize you. Have they been brainwashed? I think we have a problem here, you say thoughtfully. That's enlightening. Tell me about it, Leatherneck mumbles. Dialogue in here is tight. Was this written by R.L. Stine, or was this written by Quentin Tarantino? This dialogue is tight. They call you Commando because of your ability to act under pressure with lightning speed. So I guess our code name is Commando. That's not our job. It's our code name. Now you've got to make a decision. Hey, we actually get a choice. You have to make a decision about what to do next. How will you deal with this problem and still complete your mission? Should you try to force Beachhead and Airtight to retrace their steps? If you follow them back to where they were scouting, you might find out what happened to them. Or do you think it's smarter to radio the pit at once, let Hawk know what happened, and ask for reinforcements? Or would it be best to fly your own or would it be best to fly your own confused bodies back to the pit for immediate medical care? It's up to you. Okay, so we have three options. Option 1 is go back to where Beachhead and Airtight were scouting. That's page 2. Next option is radio the pit for reinforcements. That's page 47. Last option is fly Beachhead and Airtight back to the pit. That's page 48. So here's what you type into the live chat. Type 2 if you want to go back where Beachhead and Airtight were scouting. Type 47 if you would like to radio the pit for reinforcements. And type 48 if you would like to take Beachhead and Airtight back to the pit. Those are your options. 2, if you want to go back to where Beachhead and Airtight were scouting. 47, if you want to radio for reinforcements. And 48, if you want to go back to the pit. Let's give this a chance. I know that there's lag, so I'll give you guys some time to make choice. So I see a 2 and a 48 and some 2s. A lot of 47s. Let's see. 2, 48, 47. Comic Tropes goes with 2. Nightwing goes with 47 a bunch. I'm still only counting that once. Joeberg goes, and Joeberg is still here. Hey, thank you, Joeberg. 47. Lots of 47s. More 47s. 47 may win. Yeah, if you spam the live chat, YouTube may automatically kick you off. That's not me. So yeah, if you don't want YouTube to think you're spamming, then be careful. 40s. I think 47 wins. I'll give it a couple more seconds just to see. Joeberg is flipping to 2. I don't think that will sway the vote, but we have a defection. Joeberg is going with 2, the more aggressive approach. I think 47 has won, though. I'm gonna go with 47. Okay. Let's go to 47 and see what happens. All right. This is too weird for us to handle. You tell Leatherneck, trying to force the worry from your voice. We were sent here to do a little scouting, not get involved in any Cobra brainwashing plot. Leatherneck pulls the portable worldwide radio transmitter from his backpack. Wow, worldwide radio transmitter. Hell of a range on that. Hell of a range. Hawk will never believe this one, he mutters, shaking his head. We've got to make him believe it, you say grimly. We need some more men here. The two of us are helpless, especially if we have to keep a close watch on our own buddies. Leatherneck activates the radio transmitter and begins pounding out a coded radio message. It is smart to do that in code, though. You don't want to transmit in the open when you're potentially in enemy territory. The silence, you get silence. The silence is replaced by loud static. Leatherneck tosses the transmitter down into the dirt in disgust. Someone is jamming your signal with a very powerful transmitter. You can't get through to the pit. You're on your own. Turn to page 76. So that was totally fruitless. So why give us that option if it's not really an option? Page 76. 76. Hang on. Alright, sorry. Getting more messages. Oh, from somebody watching the show. Well, hello, people watching the show from home. To catch everyone up who just joined, we're doing a Find Your Fate book. We are doing story time. And periodically we get to make a choice in this book. But for now, we are on page 76. Continuing with page 76. You guys have had it, Airtight says, still looking dazed. Zartan will be here to rescue us soon. Zartan? What does Cobra's Master of Disguise have to do with this? Let's drag them back into the trees where it's safer, you tell Leatherneck. Maybe they'll snap out of it. Back in Nam, guys would go crazy sometimes, Leatherneck says, dragging Beachhead by his feet, but I never seen anything beat this. Zartan is our leader now, Airtight says quietly. Well, you know, yeah, I'd probably side with Zartan. Zartan can lead me. Okay. You deposit both of them in the shade of a sprawling old pine tree. Its broad, jagged leaves forming a protective umbrella above them. Watch for falling coconuts. Watch out for fall. Well, Airtight has a helmet. He'll be fine. Beachhead, watch out for falling coconuts. Zartan is our leader now, Airtight says quietly. He already said that. It's the second time he said that. You deposit both of them in the shade of a... Oh, I missed that part. Or I already read that part. But there's no protection for you on the ground. You turn and see that you are surrounded by Cobra Crimson Guards. We are surrounded by the Crimson Guard. Turn to page 17. Turning to page 17. At the bottom of page 17, we do have some choices. Okay. Not a word is spoken. The Crimson Guard take away your rifles. They drag Airtight and Beachhead to their feet, and then they begin marching the four of you through the island forest. Overhead, birds cry in alarm. The orange sun sends rays of blistering heat through the openings between the palm tree fronds. You are surrounded by the soldiers. You cannot escape. The trees thin out. You find yourselves walking down a gentle sandy dune. At the bottom of the dune, you see the Pacific. Built right at the water's edge is a long, low building with a dock. A powerboat bearing the Cobra insignia bobs in the water beside the small dock. A small radio transmitter juts from the flat roof of the building. Several CGs guard. Crimson Guard. CGs guard the entrance. This is definitely some sort of headquarters, but whose? Whose headquarters could it be? Whose headquarters could it be where it's surrounded by Crimson Guardsmen and a Cobra boat has just driven out of it? I wonder. You don't have to wait long to find out the answer to the question. The CGs push you into a large, low chamber inside the building. Zartan steps into the room, grinning under the black and white makeup. that always hides his face. He glances at you quickly, then begins talking to the leader of the CGs. What will you do now? Are you ready? Okay. We got 2 options this time. Okay. Option 1. Try to grab a rifle from a CG while Zartan is distracted and fight your way out. Page 20. Wait until you see what Zartan is up to on this island fortress. Page 56. Okay, so this is what you type in to the live chat. Type 20 if you want to grab a rifle from a CG and try to fight your way out. Type 56 if you want to see what Zartan is up to in the island fortress. So essentially, 20 is fight and 56 is wait. Type 20 if you'd like to fight it out. And type, 56 if you would like to wait. Because, the bad guys always explain their master plan every time. So do you want to wait for the bad guy to inevitably explain his master plan, or do you want to fight it out? Comic Tropes is being aggressive. Comic Tropes wants the aggressive approach, to fight it out. I'm seeing lots of 56s though. A lot of you guys want to wait. Well, let me give it a few chances. And Joeberg is with Comic Tropes. Also wants to fight. Hello, Manda. Manda says 56. Sometimes the aggressive approach gets us killed, but other times, counterintuitively, the less aggressive approach gets us killed. Comic Tropes, we still love you though. You are our resident comic book expert. And if this were a Find Your Fate comic book series, we wouldn't even take a vote. We'd just say whatever Comic Tropes wants, that's what we do. But I think 56 has won. I think let's see if Zartan explains his evil plan, which he's a bad guy, so he probably will. So let's see about 56. Okay. Page 56. You decide to wait it out. You've got to find out what's going on here. Take them to Dr. Mindbender's lab, Zartan commands. You are shoved through a door into a vast room filled from floor to ceiling with electronic machinery and wiring. Dr. Mindbender enters the lab wearing a white lab coat. Well, at least he put a shirt on. He's usually bare-chested, so at least he puts something on. He is short and bald. Is he short? He is bald. I guess we're learning. This is canon now, that Dr. Mindbender is short. You can't tell that from the action figure, but he's actually about 4'9". But his unnerving stare lets you know right away that he is a powerful and evil man. Zartan must have paid him a great deal to coax him away from Cobra Commander to tell yourself. New recruits, he says quietly. Let's hook them up and see if we can make good boys of them, he laughs. And you and Leatherneck are dragged over to a large console. Headphones are placed over your ears. What are you doing, Mindbender? You demand. It's quite simple, really, answers Cobra's mad scientist. So simple even a G.I. Joe idiot can understand it, I believe. I'm going to transmit some rays into your brain. That's all. I call them loyalty rays. Loyalty rays. When I'm finished, you will be as loyal to Zartan as your 2 buddies. Soon everyone will be loyal to me, Zartan cries. You realize that he has been watching the entire procedure. Even Cobra Commander will be loyal to me, and I will control all of Cobra Command. Loyalty rays. I'll bet you didn't see that coming. In the comic book series, they had the brainwave scanner, which would do this. The brainwave scanner, kind of like loyalty waves. Mindbender did not invent the brainwave scanner, though. That was Dr. Venom. So we turn to page 57, which is the next page, but we have another choice. We have another choice to make here at the bottom. Yes, Killer Weezer, sorry, your prediction of 1234, we haven't died yet. We haven't died yet. So we can be a little bit optimistic. To make Hoodie Coco do a Dr. Mindbender voice, Dr. Mindbender, it sounded something like this in the comic book series. So yeah, let's read. Let's go to 57. Dr. Mindbender, Dr. Mindbender, a wide smile beneath his thick black mustache. Everybody had mustaches back then. He walks over to confer with Zartan. While they talk in a corner of the long laboratory, Beachhead makes his way over to the console. He talks with one of the CGs standing guard and then comes over to you. Listen, there's only one way to save yourselves, he whispers to you and Leatherneck. You struggle to hear his whispering through the heavy headphones. You can reverse the effect of the ray. Just turn the headphones around quickly. Put the right headphone on your left ear and the left headphone on your right ear. Leatherneck looks at him skeptically. I'm telling you, it'll work. It'll save you, Beachhead whispers. Leatherneck turns to you with a scowl. We can't trust him. He's a traitor, he mutters. You don't know whether or not to trust Beachhead and reverse the microphones. Is that like reversing the polarity? But you know you have to act quickly. Dr. Mindbender is heading for his control panel. What do you do? You have two options. Option 1, trust your old pal and turn the microphones around. Somehow you are not restrained and can do this. If you want to do that, turn to page 47. To try to free yourselves before the rays are activated, turn to page 66. So if you want to turn the headphones around, type 47. If you'd like to try to free yourselves before the rays are activated, 66. So that's what you type in the live chat. 49. Did I say 47? 49 if you want to reverse the headphones. 66 if you want to try to free yourself. So 49... Type 49 if you want to reverse the headphones. That's how headphones work, right? And I apologize. I think I said 47. Yes, I did misspeak. It's supposed to be 49. So if you type 47, I know there's lag. But if you type 47, I'll take that as 49. Yeah, 49. Okay, we've got 66. We got some 49s. We got some 66s and some 49s. I think 49 is winning. Amanda says, be a man, 66. And I'll tell you what, if we die, I'm going to give us a mulligan. I'm totally cheating. I will cheat to make 2022 start better than having us die. So maybe that'll take some of the pressure off. I think 49 is winning, but if 49 doesn't go very well, I'm totally doing a mulligan, and we're gonna do 66. Yeah, we're not doing 69. It's not that kind of show. But I think 49 has won. Let's turn to page 49. I can tell you that we do not die at the end of page 49. Okay, so we have to trust Beachhead. You tell Leatherneck, quick, switch the microphones. It sounds silly, doesn't it? Okay, but hey, we're trusting Beachhead. Zartan is speaking to the leader of the Crimson Guard. This whole thing could be prevented if, either Zartan or Dr. Mindbender or anyone else in the room just paid attention to the prisoners. But apparently they're distracted. Let's see. Zartan is speaking to the leader of the Crimson Guard. Dr. Mindbender's attention is on the dials and knobs he is turning on his control panel in preparation for zapping your brains. You take advantage of their distraction. You reach up and reverse the headphones. Hey, what are you doing? A Crimson Guard cries as he sees you reversing the headphones. Dr. Mindbender doesn't seem to hear him. Wait, stop, the Crimson Guard cries. But Dr. Mindbender throws the switch. Turn to page 62. 62. You feel a sharp tingle as the rays penetrate your brain. Your whole body feels as if it is vibrating. Bright colors flash before your eyes, then everything goes white. When you regain consciousness, you see that Zartan and Dr. Mindbender are having a good laugh with Beachhead. You told them what? Mindbender is saying, ha ha, and they believed you? He slapped Beachhead on the back. You laughed too. It was a funny joke for Beachhead to pull on you and Leatherneck. Now that you are on the same side, you can appreciate a good joke like that one. You salute your leader, Zartan, as he walks by, still smiling and shaking his head. A Crimson Guard walks over to you and hands a Cobra sniper rifle to each of you. Other G.I. Joe units will be coming to this island soon to challenge us, he says grimly. You and Leatherneck smile. We can't wait, you say, raising your rifles high. But little do they know that Leatherneck has access to a time machine. He touches a special switch on his Marine Corps emblem on his hat, and he magically switches us over to page 60. He time warps. He uses the time stone. He borrowed the time stone from Doctor Strange. They admire each other's mustaches. That's how they became friends. And he magically turns it to page 60, and this is what really happened. So it's kind of like Clue, the movie. We don't need tricks, Leatherneck yells. This is what we need. He raises his trusty M1 high in the air. Throw him some raw meat and he'll settle down, Airtight says. Leatherneck is right, you decide. Come on, guys. Let's go get him. Yo, Joe, is the cry as you... what? You and Flint lead the rest of the G.I. Joe unit through the tangled trees. Oh, it's page 66. It's not 60, is it? It's page 66. No wonder that doesn't make sense. Okay. Like I said, Leatherneck transports us to page 66. You look into Beachhead's eyes. You cannot tell whether the effect of the ray has worn off or not. Sorry, Beachhead, you say quietly. You look up to see Dr. Mindbender working methodically at the control panel. He is about to throw the master switch. You nod your head and signal to Leatherneck, and the two of you lunge forward, ripping the headphones from the console. You shove Beachhead out of the way and heave the headphones at Dr. Mindbender. He ducks in surprise and stumbles backwards. Stop them, Zartan shrieks. He runs from the lab to summon reinforcements. The Crimson Guards, startled at first, regain their composure. They charge toward you and Leatherneck, ready for a fight. Page 34. Page 34. Yes, we executed Order 66, and now we turn to page 34. You dive for a Crimson Guard's knees. He lets out a cry of pain, and you push him over, and his head hits the concrete floor. With one kick motion, you take away his rifle and leap to your feet. Another CG leaps at you. You greet him with a volley of rifle fire. You and Leatherneck fight your way to the far exit. Hey, look, Leatherneck yells, pointing. You turn around and see that Airtight and Beachhead have turned their rifles on the CGs who are pursuing you. The effects of Dr. Mindbender's ray seem to have worn off. You see Dr. Mindbender creeping along the far wall, trying to make his escape from the lab. He ducks as stray bullets fly in his direction. You must decide what to do next. You're sure that Zartan will soon return with reinforcements unless you stop him first. Okay. Next choice. Yes, Rob correctly points out that, Leatherneck apparently on page 60, the wrong page, had an M1 in 1987. Okay. Where was I? Oh, okay, we have choices. If you want to go after Zartan, type 9. That's page 9. If you want to go after Dr. Mindbender, page 79. So we have a choice on who to go after. Apparently, we can't go after both. So 9 to go after Zartan, 79 to go after Dr. Mindbender. 9 to go after Zartan, 79 to go after Dr. Mindbender. Make your choice. Make your choice. While you make your choice, I am just peeking at the many, many notices that I will need to reply to in the near future. Cool. And it's almost 1 o'clock, so I will be wrapping up as soon as we finish this book. So it's 9 if you want to go after Zartan, and 79 if you want to go after Dr. Mindbender. A lot of you guys want to go after Zartan. And Manda says 79. Comic Tropes says 9. Joburg says 79. Quite a split here. I think 9 is still a little bit ahead. I'll give it a few more seconds. I know there's lag, so I'll give you guys some time to reply. 79 is the number of people here. That's exactly right. We have 79 people watching the live stream right now, which is pretty good for this time of night. We've had over 100 people in several times this evening, which is a lot more than I thought we would have, given that it's a holiday and it's also late at night. But we've still got 79 people here. It's kind of evening out. 9 was winning, but 79 seems to be catching up. Thank you, Zagon. I'm glad you're enjoying this. Peter Ang says, we know Zartan will likely take us out and disguise himself as us. That's a risk. I think 79 has barely won. That was really close. But in my completely unscientific poll, I believe 79 has won. Let's see what happens if we go after Dr. MB. What is it? 79? 70, that's way at the back. Okay. Well, we don't die. We do not die at the end of page 79. I can tell you that. Let's get Mindbender, you yell at Leatherneck over the roar of rifle fire. He's the key to the operation here. Look at that coward try to run, Leatherneck says, his mouth twisted in disgust as you both watch Mindbender keeping to the shadows, slowly crawling toward the doorway. Let's go weasel hunting, Leatherneck yells. The two of you charge right through the Crimson Guards, using your rifles as battering rams. Think you can hold him off while we go after Mindbender? You call to Airtight. Does Abe Lincoln have fleas? What does that mean? That's what it said. Does Abe Lincoln have fleas? That was never a saying. That was never a thing. Airtight is weird. Also, don't Google Airtight. Don't Google that. You realize that his reply makes no sense at all. Agreed. But you have no choice. You leave Airtight and Beachhead to battle the CGs, and you and Leatherneck take off after Mindbender. Mindbender makes it through the doorway. You pursue him down a long, dark corridor, ducking your head because of the low ceiling. He reaches the exit of the building when he suddenly turns and fires a small pistol at you. The bullets whistle through the dark hallway, taking you by surprise. You didn't know he was armed. But he does carry that little pistol. He's got a little gun. You hear a deep groan. Leatherneck's been hit. Oh no. Now, if Leatherneck were to be taken out, it would really be shocking to me if Dr. Mindbender is the one who does it. Turn to page 45. Hey, we got another choice at the end of page 45, but it's 10 minutes until 1 o'clock. I'll keep going until we're done, but at 1 o'clock I want to pause for a minute so that everybody in the U.S. Mountain Time Zone can celebrate the new year. Go on, keep going, Leatherneck yells, holding his shoulder. Don't let him get away. You hesitate, seeing a pool of blood widen on Leatherneck's shoulder. You turn and see Mindbender running across the beach. Get going, Commando, Leatherneck continues to urge. What's the matter? You ain't seen a little scratch like this before? Stay right there. Stay right there, you tell Leatherneck. Don't go back and try to mop up all the Crimson Guards with one hand. You give him a thumbs up and take off after Mindbender. Behind a clump of scraggly bushes near the water, Mindbender has a Cobra Fang hidden. In seconds, he's climbed into the fully armed copter and has activated the engine. You're not going anywhere, you cry over the roar of the chopper's engine as he begins his vertical takeoff. How are you going to stop Mindbender? We have choices. Try and blast the chopper with the Cobra sniper rifle you're carrying. Turn to page 67. Grab the landing runner and pull yourself up into the chopper 54. So if you want to try to shoot him down with your sniper rifle, type 67. If you want to try to grab onto the helicopter, turn to page 54. So 67, shoot at him. 54, grab and hang on to the chopper. Make your selections. I know there's a bit of lag. I'll wait. We got 8 minutes until the next time zone celebrates the new year. Yeah, he's wearing a shirt, which is shocking. Usually Mindbender is topless. We've got some 67s. Got a 54. We got some 67s. And it's 67 if you want to shoot at him, and 54 if you want to grab the helicopter and hang on. Comic Trope says 54. Beta Ray Bob says 54. Jeff Jones says 67. We've got more 67s so far. 54 is very G.I. Joe. In the animated series, it wouldn't even be a choice. He'd just jump on it. That's a very G.I. Joe thing to do. So we've got a few more 54s. I think 67 is still a little ahead, but yeah. So yeah, I mean, you would think he'd be able to make that shot with the sniper rifle. I think 67 is still winning. I'll give you guys a few more seconds. But so far, I think 64 is ahead. 67. Jeez. Man, I'm losing my mind. I've been up. It's really late here. I think 67 has won. Yojo says 9. You're a little behind, but I think 67 has won. We're going to take some shots at him. Let me take a look at page 67 and see if we can get through it or if we need to pause for a few minutes to observe the passage of the midnight hour for another time zone. No, we can get through it really fast. Okay, we'll get through this well before midnight for you guys in the Mountain Time Zone. You carefully aim your rifle at the chopper. Baroom! No one should ever shoot at a Cobra Fang. In addition to the 4 rockets it carries, it is also armed with a powerful negator bomb, which you set off by shooting your rifle. Oh well, you can't say this adventure didn't end with a bang. That's an ambiguous ending. Okay, that's the end. So, by shooting at the helicopter, we have set off the negator bomb. That's the bomb that's on the underside of the helicopter. And now Manda says 54. It's a little late, Manda. It's a nice try. But does this mean we died? Or does this mean Mindbender died? I am choosing to believe that we blew up Dr. Mindbender in the helicopter. Because if we blew ourselves up, then we wouldn't be able to say that it's been the adventure ended with a bang. So this ambiguous ending, I am interpreting this to mean that we won. I'm going with they gone right here. We won, and we blew up Dr. Mindbender. Mindbender is dead. Way to go, team. We did it. And we still have 4 minutes until midnight in the Mountain Time Zone. So I will get to say Happy New Year to one more group of people. But then I will let you go. And unfortunately, I'm way too tired to stay on for the West Coast. I know Comic Tropes is on the West Coast. And I think some of you are as well. Some of you guys, though, are on the East Coast, and some of you are even not. Like, hey, Joeberg, you are in. This is Steve, right? And you're in Australia. What time is it in Australia? Just out of curiosity. Because I like, even if I had it, the conversion, at the tip of my brain, I'm way too tired to even do basic math right now. I am exhausted. USA, yeah. America, yeah. We blew up Mindbender. I even though it doesn't say specifically, I think that's the most reasonable interpretation of events. Triple E says Happy New Year. I still have 3 minutes on my clock, so we're getting very close. And unfortunately, there is some lag. So when it hits, it's 1600 in Australia, or at least your part of Australia at the moment. That's and thank you for coming, and thank you for being here, Steve. That is another YouTube channel and podcast that you should check out. G.I. Joeberg. Well, let's see. I guess only half of the squad is in South Africa now. And then we've got Steve in Australia, and then we've got Cujo in the U.S. But, absolutely check out G.I. Joeberg. It's always been a privilege to work with them. And it was a lot of fun to meet them in person at JoeCon a few years ago. Yeah, Team America. That's I won't go into Team America. I'll just say that there were parts of Team America that I liked a lot. Other parts I didn't like so much. I have mixed feelings about the movie, but I cannot deny that certain scenes in the movie were hilarious. James says Midwest in Michigan. And hello, Michigan from the United States. Thank you, Amanda. Happy New Year to you as well. Photo Viper is in California. Sorry I won't be able to stay for your New Year. 1 minute to go by my clock. And we're about to make it. We are about to make it. I'll say a few things to wrap it up before we go. Let me pull this up. I'll pull it up in a minute because it's about to tick over. Yojo is a little behind. We killed Dr. Mindbender, so it all works out. Paul is also in California. I sincerely hope you guys have a new year. And by my clock, it is officially midnight for the next set of folks. So Happy New Year to everyone who just ticked over to midnight. Congratulations, you survived 2021. And we're going to have a better year, I swear. I'm going to force it to happen. Nightwing is in Nevada. So, hello, Nevada from the United States. And Happy New Year Mountain Time. Well done, everyone. I think we all deserve a round of applause for surviving this year. It's been a tough one. It really has. Too bad we'll never get an official G.I. Joe Eagle Force crossover. Now, that would be intriguing. And I did have a few Eagle Force figures as a kid. I wished they were in scale with G.I. Joe. Obviously, they weren't. But I liked them. They were interesting. They were unique. Good night, Chris. Thank you, John. Hello, Hot Dog. And Xylestos. I probably said that wrong, but hello and thank you. And I'm glad to be back. I will do one more thing. Hold on one second. At the top or at the beginning of the show, I mentioned that I would like to go to JoeFest this year. And the only possibility of doing so is with your help. So I have started a GoFundMe if you'd like to help me get to JoeFest. I am putting the URL in the chat right now if you would like to check that out. It is also on my social medias. And if you can't, it's fine. Nobody should ever feel obligated. But I really miss seeing you guys and hanging out with you guys. Yeah, Comic Trope still has an hour to go. Hey, Adam Verwolf, nice to see you. Happy New Year, Hoosier Coco. But thank you all. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being supportive. 2021 is kind of the lost year. I took virtually the whole year off, and I needed it. I really had to. But we are back. We're going to be better than ever, and 2022 is going to be a year that we look back on and say that this is finally when it turned around. I have to believe that. So let's do our best to make that happen. So I think I am going to wrap it up for now. Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone. You all mean a lot to me. I am extremely tired now, so I am going to crash. But thanks, everyone. Happy New Year. Good night, and good luck to everyone on the West Coast. Happy early New Year to you. And next time I see you will be in the year 2022. So thanks, everyone, and I will say good night. Good night, everyone. Bye-bye.